Hello, hello. How's it going? Mundo, thank you for the hydrate. And hello and welcome. I'm gonna hydrate now. But yeah, hi, hello. It's a new year, new stream. I don't know. But we're starting the year off chill. We're going to have a very, very chill stream today. So yeah, what we're basically going to do is we're going to competitively train Pokemon. We're going to find Tera raids, and we're going to competitively train a Pokemon for that particular raid. I've weeded out some 5-star raids, because those are the ones we're going to be focusing on. Yeah, I'll basically... because EV training, nature's abilities, all of that stuff has previously just seemed really, really convoluted to me, and it's been like, I don't want to get into this. But I did actually start looking at it this year, and it's not actually that bad. It's not that hard. So basically, to competitively trade a Pokemon, you want stats to be perfect, you want the perfect IVs for the build you're doing, you want the perfect nature, and you want the perfect ability. You also want a held item that will be good for the build you are doing, and of course you want the right moves. Now, I'm not actually using the Pokemon for competitive reasons. I just want to take down Tera raids easier, basically. That is my way of that is how I use these Pokemon. So sometimes I deviate a little bit just because I'll look at something and be like, I'm never gonna do that, so I'll tweak it a bit. Now, should be said, I don't know enough about this stuff to be like, oh, if I train this Pokemon like this and use these moves, no. I find movesets that exist online, and I just follow them. Granted, not always completely, but for the most part, I follow them. And that is what we're going to be doing. Let me show you the game. That has gone black because I haven't moved in a while. Well, it's gone dark. There's an item right in front of me. The item must have appeared while I've been standing here, because it wasn't there when I stopped moving. Also, I am surrounded by Pokemon, apparently. Well, that's nice. Okay, so we're starting with this raid over here. So I've been looking at different Tera crystals. This one, we're starting with this one because it is a 5-star, and I'm hoping it's a Palafin. It might be a Finizen, but I'm really hoping it's a Palafin, because I don't have a Palafin in my Pokedex yet, so that would be really good. But, so, what we know about this Pokemon is it's a water type, but the Tera type is Psychic, so we want something that's good against Psychic, but that can withstand a water type, right? So, let's have a look at my boxes. So what I've done is I take down 5-star, 6-star Tera raids, and I put them in these boxes. I've been doing a lot of these, so you can see I'm on my 3rd box of Tera raid Pokemon. Then I train them. These are ones I'm already I want to train these, but they haven't been trained. These ones up here, I've named them, and you can see that Cyril Fire, Adam Water, and Leah Fire. So, Lee Fire. The problem is, this Leafeon needs to have a Fire Tera type. Now you can see it has a normal Tera type. Adam needs to be a Water Tera type, but is again normal. And Cyril needs to be a Fire Tera type, but is dark. So these I need shards for them to be able to change their Tera types. If you have 50 Tera shards of a certain type, you can change the Tera type. Did you know that Pokemon cards have Dynamax versions? They are adorable for the evolutions. I'm going to put those into the Discord later. I did not know, no. But yes, please do. I will definitely be taking a look at that. Now, these I want to train. Well, I'm going to be looking at the build for the Glaceon, because obviously I'm not going to do 2 of them. But I caught 2 of them, so I'm like, well, what if I need the Fairy type? Then I'm going to go for that one, because then I won't have to change the Tera type. If I need a normal, I'll go for that one. Or if I need the relaxed nature, I need the lonely nature. So both of them are in there for now. But these are generally Pokemon I want to train, but haven't yet. So you can see that our team, Dave, Veronestra, Michael, and Kratos, are all level 100. These, they're all competitively trained. I don't know why I keep tripping over the word competitive, but whatever. Gary Jr. is not. Gary Jr. is just because I like the ability pick up. Because he picks up a lot of good stuff. Like, he once picked up, within 5 minutes, 2 big nuggets, which is a lot of money. And he picks up just the best items, basically. I think the worst item Gary Jr. has ever picked up is a nugget. Other than that, it's been super good. Like, and that just tells you that's a really high bar if a nugget is the least good item Gary Jr. has picked up. Berserker is also new on the team. And he is here just because, well, there used to be a dual reason, but I decided to level him up. He, like, Meowth version of Berserker, is it called just Meowth, or was it some... Either way, pre-evolution, whatever, has pickup as well. And it can learn False Swipe, which is good for shinies. If it's, you know... Because my team is level 100. They will kill basically everything we meet on the map. So, Berserker obviously is not there yet. I haven't done any training or anything like that. But, so yeah. We will actually be training up Berserker as well. Did we do that first, maybe? Because there was a point I wanted to illustrate with Berserker, because I have done a lot of battles. Okay, so okay. So these are Kratos' stats, right? But if we do that, we see the EVs. So I've maxed out. You can see the EV is kind of the blue layer that's above the yellow one, and it's well, you haven't maxed out the EVs. It's just kind of like a darker yellow or a more vibrant yellow. So you see like sparkles around HP and attack. So I've maxed EV for HP and attack, and I think I've put a little bit into defense, it kind of looks like. It's difficult to tell because it's just 4 EVs in one, and I don't know if that even shows up. So, but you can see for Michael, it's speed and attack, and then there's 4 EVs in something else. For Veronestra, it's speed and special attack. For Dave, it's he's actually only got special attack completely filled, but he's also got a bunch of HP. You can see special defense has quite a bit as well, and I think defense is the last one that, was it speed? I don't remember, it's been a while. Now, you see Gary Jr., this is all random. Like, I've just been, ever since getting Gary Jr., we've been fighting random things, so this isn't refined, it's just random. Whatever we've been fighting, that's how, like, whatever EVs Gary Jr. has received. And the same goes for Berserker. And you can see there, that's the yellow I was talking about. Berserker has so far not maxed the EVs. Like, this is random as well, but it's blue because the EVs are maxed. This is yellow because the EVs are not maxed. But he has, you can see, there is flaring out. He's got more special attack and attack and HP than he has special defense, speed, and defense, which is interesting, actually. Yeah, so that basically, like, the tiny explanation of EVs, kind of. I am going to put away someone. I am going to put away... so, for the raid that we're going to be doing first, I've been thinking King Gambit might be the way to go. Because it is a water type, but it is a ghost. No, it's a psychic, tera type. So dark is going to be good against it. But with the dark steel typing, water isn't really going to be that much of a problem. Like Crocodile, you know, obviously because of the water and the ground, Crocodile would have troubles. We do have other options as well, but I think we're just going to go for King Gambit. But I have 2 King Gambit with amazing stats. So, okay, that's another thing that needs to be said. So I'm choosing to only keep from, because, okay, let me go back a bit. Yeah, here. So this Tinkaton has amazing stats. Why is it here? I don't know. Probably a mistake from when I was just... Okay, so slacking here. Level 75. That means I got him from a 5-star raid, but he only has great stats. So you can see he's got 4 stats that are best, and then he's got speed that's no good, and special defense that's decent. Now, amazing stats, they've got better than that. Like, they might just still have 4 that's best, but it's very good and pretty good, instead of no good and decent, which is obviously worse. Now, it doesn't matter that much, to be honest, except for in the case of, like, this Gyarados, it has 5 stats that are best, and then speed is decent, because we might want to change these stats, which we do by hyper training. So you can see, like, HP for Dave, special attack, special defense, speed, and defense. They've all been hyper trained. I haven't done attack because Dave uses special attack, so attack isn't necessary. Dave isn't utilizing attack, so to hyper train attack is basically pointless. I'm not using that stat, so it doesn't matter. And the same goes for Veronestra. Veronestra's attack doesn't matter. Because, again, she's using special attack. And the opposite in Michael's case. I've hyper-trained attack. I have not done anything to special attack. It is just decent because it doesn't matter. Now, Kratos had 3 best stats. Unluckily... because normally you don't need to max all of the stats. You can see his last 3 stats are hyper-trained. Usually special attack is the one I wouldn't bother with, but that was already the best it could be on Kratos. So I had to hyper-train the other 3. So yeah. So let's see here. We've got 4 best and 2 pretty good. And exactly the same thing. But we have a calm and we have a careful nature. We have ground and we have normal. Okay. So now the next step is, what do we actually need here? Thunders, Happy New Year! How are you doing? Welcome! Hope you have had a lovely holiday and New Year. Welcome. Okay, so I'm going to, because we're going to start with King Gambit. Because King Gambit is actually for ranked battles, King Gambit is an A tier Pokemon. So pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, so let's see here. What is the best moveset? And let's see here. Okay, yep, we got the thing. I'm doing well. I hope you had a wonderful holiday season. I did, thank you. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. That is very good. Okay, so Assault Vest Attacker is basically what we're going to make King Gambit. Now, we would like King Gambit to have a adamant nature. So already none of our King Gambits are actually that good. But let's see, we want HP, attack, and special defense. So this King Gambit actually has a lower attack stat. This one has a lower special attack stat. So we'll probably want to go with this guy. Now, there is one more thing we should check, which is this guy has the ability to Defiant. Oh, this one does as well, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so we have our King Gambit. We're going to go for this one. It doesn't have the ability we want, but we'll change that. That is fine. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I am going to... he is going to need to be... he's going to need shards. I don't know if I have the shards he'll need, so I'm just going to put Kratos there. King Gambit is probably going to end up here at the end. Serapis, hello, welcome. How are you doing? Teacher Nath, I miss you so much. It's been a long time. It has. I honestly, I did expect to do a bit of streaming throughout the holidays, but yeah, no, it didn't really happen. I've just been chilling. Kelly, hello, welcome. How are you doing? Okay, so we have that. Now, I am going to do one more thing, because we do also want to do Berserker, which is going to be a Steel type. I'm just going to see if we can perhaps train them both a little bit at the same time, basically. Wait, why is... Meowth is here, but not Berserker. But what about Berserker? Oh, there we go. Berserker. Nath has been busy playing Elden Ring. It's true. I have enjoyed a lot of Elden Ring. Not making any progress that much. But we'll get into that when we play Elden Ring, which will be very, very soon. Very, very soon. I'm severely hungover and feeling otherwise good. Oh boy. I'm sorry to hear about the severely hungover, but I'm glad that you are otherwise good. Okay, let's see if we can... trying to check to see if... Okay, they don't actually seem to have made a... a thing for Berserker, so... Okay, let me just Google... Okay, okay, there we go. There we go. Perfect. I can help teacher Nath in Elden Ring. I used to help my friend in Witcher 3. Oh, that sounds fun. Oh, I have been loving Elden Ring so much. I'm already looking forward to +1. New Game Plus is what I'm already looking forward to New Game Plus. I haven't actually beaten the last boss yet, but I'm already looking forward to that. Okay, so HP, attack, and special defense. I think that's literally exactly what we want for King Gambit. HP, attack, and special defense. Yes, it is. We want exactly the same stats on them. Yeah, okay. Well, that'll make this easy. Except, there is an except here. We'll have to buy a couple of items if we're going to do that. Well, no. We'll just not be very effective, efficient with Berserker. I do like how the Pokemon just kind of, like, the ones that don't attack you, they just kind of group around you and they're just staring at you if you're not moving, if you're in the menus or something. It's slightly terrifying, but it's also really funny. Okay, so, okay, so, first things first, change position. Oh, did I don't know if I'd met this guy. Oh no, I did, yes, I did meet this guy before last time I streamed this, so I did show him off. But, well, now you've seen it again. Happy New Year! Yes, Happy New Year, Serapis! I hope you had a great holiday. Okay, so, I'm going to show you... No, not gonna do that. Okay, so, remember I talked about EVs, right? So, this is what, fully, like, fully trained EVs. The thing is blue, right? It's kind of like a pale blue. So these are fully... this guy does not have all of the EVs, so it's yellow. And that's going to be true for King Gambit as well. But as you can see, his are just all the same, because he's had no training at all. He's just been in the box. While this guy, he's got EVs all over the place, and they're kind of just wrong. Most of them are wrong. I am going to take away the right ones as well, because it's just easier to do this. If you know what you've done, basically. It's easier to do this if you know what you've already done. Now, it's going to be slightly off with Berserker, because I'm going to focus on King Gambit, but that means that Berserker is going to get some EVs. Okay, so how this works. I'm going to give King Gambit a held item. So we're going to start with HP, because he needs, so EV spread, the EV spread I want is 252 EVs in HP, 252 EVs in attack, and 4 EVs in special defense. And that is also the exact same thing that we want for Berserker. But there's going to be a difference between them. So sometimes you have to math a little bit. But with this one, I already know. I already know what it's going to be, because 252 is, that's basically filling out an entire EV. So like, when it's sparkling, that's the EV maxed out for that stat, and that's 252. So they're going to be trained at the same time, but they're going to be trained not as efficiently, both of them. So we're going to start with HP. So I'm going to give King Gambit a power weight. It reduces King Gambit's speed in battle, but it doesn't matter. King Gambit is level 75, and we're going to be fighting like level 10 at most Pokemon. So that doesn't matter. And it allows the HP stat to grow more quickly. So basically, what's going to happen here is that we're going to be fighting a Pokemon that gives 1 EV per fight. But since we're wearing the power, what was it, belt? Power weight. Since we're wearing the power weight, Kingambit will receive 8 extra EVs. So for each Pokemon that we defeat with the power weight, Kingambit will receive 9 EVs. So if you take 252 and divide it by 9, you get 28. That means that we have to fight 28 Pokemon to max out Kingambit's HP stat. Okay, so now we know that. The next thing we need to know is, who do we fight to get the right stat? Now, this is very accessible online. But I have memorized these things because I have trained a few Pokemon. Unfortunately, once I'm on controller, I cannot push the correct buttons because I keep confusing the controller. A and B is on opposites. The controller I use for Elden Ring and the controller I use for this, A and B are opposite. And once I have a controller in my hands, I cannot tell the difference, so I keep pushing the wrong buttons. That is going to be probably a problem I have forever and ever and ever. And you're all just going to have to live with it. Anyways. So I should, because I explained so these have been trained, but I need, no, not Kratos. Kratos is fine. He's just, because I needed to take someone out of my team. But these 3 have been trained, but I need shards to, properly fix them up. These are Pokemon I would like to train, but I haven't. And then we have the trained Pokemon. So I've trained Daniela competitively. Sander is a new Pokemon. Sander is basically how I took down the 7-star Charizard raid. Sander was my guy for that. Then we have Ani, who is also perfectly trained. Came out of a... I probably should have trained his HP stat is the only thing. I'm noticing that I haven't done that. Oh well, not my problem right now. And we have Daniel. And then we have Walter Ron. So, you know how I've been naming all of my Pokemon a human name with the first letter of the name being the same as the Pokemon. So this is Wash Rotom. So it's Walter Ron. Anyways, and then we have Sandra. Sandra I trained yesterday, and Sandra is how I am absolutely destroying Cinderace solo. Cannot for the life of me beat him with other people because their Pokemon keep fainting. Sandra does fine. Sandra hasn't fainted against Cinderace even once, but even other people who have Slowbro keep fainting, and I don't know why, but it makes it totally impossible. I've not yet completed a Cinderace raid with other people. With NPCs, with AIs, I'm doing it every time, which is twice, because yesterday and today, I realized after I'd completed the one today, I realized that maybe I shouldn't have, but, because it would be cool to do that on stream, but, well, too late. Anyways, point is, I've been doing some training, so I've, for the most part, I have memorized what Pokemon train what stat. So for the first, okay, so different Pokemon give different EVs. Different evolutions of a Pokemon will give more EVs as well. But I find it easier to just deal with the 9 EVs. So I'm always just going to go for that, basically. And I find it easier to just do it with the lower level ones because Now, to train HP, which is what we're going to do, we need to fight Azuro. So, by the math we did earlier, we know that I need to fight 28 Azuro. Now, how do I keep track of that? Right? Actually, really simple. Because I know I have 15 Ironhead, I have 15 Night Slash, I have 15 Torment. Torment doesn't do a damage, so that one's out. But I have 20 Slash. I need 28. So what I could do is do all 20 of my slashes and then do 8 Ironhead or 8 Night Slash. Or I could combine these two and think of them as 30, which means if I start with the Ironhead, when I have 2 left of Night Slash, I am done training the EV. And because I'm fighting such low-level Pokemon, I'm always guaranteed that it will be a one-hit knockout. It doesn't matter if it's a not very effective move. It will be a one-hit knockout, right? So it's just easier to fight the low-level ones because it makes it really easy to keep track of how many I've fought. Because sometimes you don't want to max the stat out. Like Dave, he has an almost maxed out HP stat, but it's not maxed out. So if I'm not careful there, right, that'll be a problem. But I did actually forget a thing. Doesn't really matter because we're gonna have to train Berserker a bit extra anyways. But Teacher Nath has a lot of level 100 Pokemon. I only have Arceus level 70. Yeah, so I have been training them. And I've been using the candies to actually level them up. Because leveling up by fighting Pokemon is just gonna take too much time. I've just wanted to, like, every Pokemon that is level 100, they are competitively trained. Now this talking strategy about fighting with Monstra, and then her best Pokemon is something called Gary. No! My best Pokemon is Vernestra, Dave, Michael, I don't remember everyone's names. Let's see, Kratos, Daniela, Sander, that's a Norwegian name, Sander, Annie, Daniel, Walter, Ron, Sandra. Who's Dave? This is Dave. That's Dave right there. And also, not team members, not shiny. Charizard and Cinderace. I haven't actually named them. But they are also, like, the best they can be, so... Wait, who's Gary? This is Gary. Well, Gary Jr. This is Gary. And this is Miss Gary Jr. Funny enough, I realized both Gary... So, the entire Gary line are all females. Gary is a female, Gary Jr. is a female, and Miss Gary Jr. is also a female. Which is just really funny that it's happened that way, because it's been completely by coincidence. So the whole family line is just female, but they're all named Gary. Which I kind of love. And I have, I actually found this guy while I was, oh no, not move, I wanted summary. I actually found this guy while I was training EVs. It's the same way I found Michael, actually, just in the ocean. So yeah, this is the saddest shiny I've found so far, I think. I think that's even sadder than the tarantula, I'm gonna be honest. This guy was cool, though. And I found this guy last night, which was also cool. But yeah, that guy. It's just kind of sad. Anyways. So... Another thing that I forgot a little bit, but it doesn't matter. So, we want HP, well, what was it? Attack and special defense to be trained, right? But we can see here from the chart that Berserker has received a whole lot of special attack EVs, and he's got quite a lot in both speed and defense as well that he doesn't need at all, right? So HP and attack, you know what, we're actually going to leave those, but we do need to get rid of whatever EVs he has in special attack, speed, and defense, because those are not what we want. We want to max the EVs for health and attack, and then we want the rest to be put into special defense. We don't want special attack, we don't want defense, and we don't want speed. Special attack is especially just useless because the fact that we want to max his attack stat means that he's going to be a physical attacker. So special attack is useless to us. Luckily, we can correct this. And that is something I'm going to do as well. So, go all the way down to the bottom of the list. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So, if a Pokemon is fed this berry, it will grow more friendly, but it will lose base points for its speed stat. Now, those base points, those are the EVs. So we don't want speed EVs for Berserker. So we're going to use this. Let's start with 4. Berserker became more friendly, and its base points for its speed stat can't go any lower. Okay, he is more friendly, and his speed EVs are now gone. Perfect, that's exactly what we want. It can't get any lower. Special defense, we actually do want to remove those as well, because we want just a tiny bit. We literally want 4 EVs in special defense. Chances are Berserker has more than that. Actually, we know Berserker has more than that. So we do actually want to just nix these as well. So we're going to use 5 here, because I think he actually had quite a bit of special defense. Okay, more friendly, and base points for special defense stat can't go any lower. Perfect, we've gotten rid of those as well. Special attack. We don't want. Yeah, because we want attack. I just had to make sure. I was like, wait, did I want attack or did I want special attack? No, we don't want special attack. So he had quite a few. Each of the berries lowers the stat by 10, I think, if I remember it correctly. I could be wrong about that. Let's try 5 first. Okay. Base special attack stat can't go any lower. Perfect. So defense. Yep, we want to remove that as well. Did he have... I don't think he had too much in defense. We'll use 3 and see. Okay, yeah, defense cuts stat can't go any lower. Okay, we'll lose base points for attack stat. We don't need to do that because we want to train attack stat anyways. HP stat, again, the same. And that is it. Those were the last 2, and those can stay because we're trying to get those. So... check summary. Now, you remember this was all over the place. Now he only has EVs in HP and attack, which is fine. You can't see any movement here yet. But notice King Gambit's HP. His HP is 259. And I want you to remember that number, 259. That is the amount of health that King Gambit has as of now. And we have accumulated a little bit of a crowd here. Okay, anyways, let's continue. So we've done 1. And we know that because Night Slash is 14. We're going to do Night Slashes first because I already started there, I guess. Or we'll just actually, no, we're going to take Night Slash down to 2 and then we're going to start using the other. So, 259. I believe that was the number I told you to remember. I may have forgotten myself. But if you look at it now, it is 261. His health literally goes up, and we can see that per battle, the health will continue to go up as we are training this. Because the base stat for health is going up. Which is actually something I noticed. Like, I've trained a lot of Pokemon. And most of them have needed points in health. I don't know if any of them haven't. Maybe some, but it's not always the one you want to max out, but I think usually, at the very least, you want to put some into it. I don't actually know. I think there might be ones that I haven't. But anyways, point is, I've trained several Pokemon, and I didn't notice this until I was training Sandra, which is the last Pokemon I've trained. I was like, wait a second. And the only reason I noticed is because I fought Sandra in a Tera raid, and I put Sandra in the box. So Sandra has 1 HP. But so, like, that's just a thin red line, right? But as I was fighting more and more Azurals, all of a sudden I realized that it wasn't a thin red line anymore. Sandra had more HP, but I hadn't healed her. So I paid attention to what her HP actually was and realized that, oh, it's going up. So you can actually see that going up. It's now 268, which is just interesting to me. But also, I did think about the fact that because a 5-star, I think also a 6-star raid, they are level 75. Now, when I started, Sandra had only 1 HP, which meant that any of these Pokemon, if Sandra was unlucky enough to miss and they used an attack, they could have actually taken her out because she only had 1 HP. That was like, this is kind of risky, but I've already started, so I don't want to mess it up by, you know, making myself forget how much I've already trained. Now, it doesn't really matter that much because once you've maxed the stat, it can't go any higher. 252 EVs in one stat is the highest you can get it. So even if I fight 29 or 36, it doesn't really matter. But I will be taking, more time to fight Pokemon that I don't really need to fight because the EV can't go up higher. So it's not like you lose out on EVs if you go too high or whatnot. My alarm to start stream, because usually this is D&D night and we start at 6. But anyways, but it is still just because, the battles are quick. But if I do fight like 5 extra Pokemon, that is 5 extra Pokemon I could have been fighting with the right stat instead of one that I can't, get up anymore. So it's basically just you want to do this as effectively as possible, I guess. So also a thing to note, because you can auto battle, right? Like that. But auto battling does not give EVs. So you do actually have to encounter the Pokemon and fight it like this. Otherwise, you're not going to get EVs. Which does, for this, it's a moot point if you're not actually getting the EVs. But it also means that, you could technically auto-battle other Pokemon. I don't know why you would want to, because if you're EV training, then you do just kind of want to do your thing, most likely. But yeah. I don't really know if this is interesting to anyone, I'm going to be honest. I've kind of found it fun to learn about this, but I was thinking this is just going to be a chill stream anyways. I want to start the year off chill, and so this is what we're doing. And this is, by doing this actually, is how I just noticed kind of where that Magikarp is right there. I was like, wait, That is that golden? And that is how I found my my shiny Gyarados, by training EVs. And the Magikarp was just there, out in the water. And I was super happy. It was so cool. And where you train special defense, attack, and where you can train speed as well, is where I found the shiny Shinx. Just randomly, it was just there. Oh, which does lead me to a point as well, actually, because we're fighting these Pokemon, right, to get the EVs. So what if I meet a shiny Azurill or a shiny Psyduck? What do I do then? Because obviously I don't want to kill a shiny, but also if I leave, you know, it's going to despawn. So I want to get it, right? Because you want to get a shiny. The chances of getting one are really low. So when you actually meet one, you want to get it. Catching Pokemon also gives EV. So you can catch it, and if it's the EV you want, say we get a shiny Azurill, then business as usual. We just go back, we catch the shiny, and then we go back to doing what we're doing. If it's a shiny Buizel, I don't know what EV Buizel gives. So first thing I'd probably do is just Google that, because maybe Buizel also gives HP EV for all I know, in which case nothing bad has happened. But of course, if we get the wrong EV, we might have to remove it. Like if we're getting a special attack EV, we don't want that. So I'd have to give him a berry. But again, that's a super easy fix. So we wouldn't care. You want to get the shiny Pokemon, because it's so easy to just give them a berry, fix the stat. Because you're not even, like, the power band gives King Gambit 9 EVs of health, right? Of HP in that stat. But only that stat. If I were to fight Psyduck, which gives, I believe, special defense, King Gambit would only get 1 EV, because I don't have anything buffing that stat. I do actually need to... Can I feed my Arceus chocolate so it can be level 100? Yes, that sounds like a good idea. That sounds like a very good idea. Also, Arceus would probably just appreciate the chocolate. I know I would. Seeing you do this reminds me that I need to do the same. Hello, Mora. How are you doing? Hi, not Happy New Year. Happy New Year! I hope you've had a good one. A great holiday. How are you doing? Yeah. I've just been learning about this. And I find it really fun. So I'm just like, don't know if anyone's gonna find this interesting, but we're gonna do it, and I'm gonna teach, because just the basics and just very much simplifying the whole thing. So yeah. The thing is, as far as I've never looked into like competitively training Pokemon before. But from what I understand, it used to be a lot more work. Everything is just kind of streamlined now, because anything that's not perfect and the way we want it, we can just change and make it perfect and the way we want it, which is really nice. Because, like, we already know that King Gambit's ability is not what we want it to be. King Gambit's nature is also not what we want it to be. We want an adamant nature, which is plus attack minus special attack. And actually, why don't we just fix that right now? Because we might as well. So let's see. There we go. Mint and adamant mint. C. There we go. Okay. Actually, what we want Supreme Overlord. Now I don't know if that is okay, no, that is not the hidden ability. That is just its other ability, basically. So we might as well just fix that as well. Vivinot, hello, hello, how are you doing? Happy New Year! I hope you have a fantastic you've had a fantastic holiday. Okay, yeah. So for hidden abilities, we want to use an ability patch. But we're not looking for the hidden ability, we just want a normal ability. So we're just gonna give King Gambit an ability capsule. And there we go. It is now Supreme Overlord. Which the Pokemon's attack and special attack stats receive a 10% boost for each fainted member in the party. Oh, uh-oh. That's actually not going to help us much at all. Because I should have read that before I did it, actually, because the one he had was better. Huh. Well, that's too bad, because I'm not actually going to be using... So what I'm looking at is basically the best way to, you know, use him competitively. But I'm not really going to use him competitively. I'm just going to use him for Terra Raids. The ability he had was Defiant, which increases the user's attack by 2 stages when the user's stats get lowered. And since I'm not going to be... Like, I'm in Terra Raids, you only have the one Pokemon. Although, will it count as... No, I don't think that will count. Oh well. I guess he's ready for competitive battling anyways. It's fine. Did you get so many ability patches? Oh, I've just been doing raids. I've just been doing raids. Thank you. I had a good one. Hope you do. Oh, that is really good. I'm so glad to hear it. I have, yes. Big question, what's for lunch? Ooh, that is a big question. What do you want for lunch? Yeah, I've just been doing a lot of raids. Which is also how I've gotten a lot of the mints. Because I really have to get back into the game proper. It is actually really, really good. I've taken a picture of a few of the like, I've been really lucky with some. Like, I got 2 Herba Mystica here and a bottle cap. Oh, that's just the... Wait. That's... Okay, this is all just because yeah. So, like, 2 spicy Herba Mystica, bottle cap, and Herba Mystica. 2 spicy Herba Mystica, plus a bottle cap, plus an ability capsule. I've been super lucky with some of them, just getting a whole lot of stuff. Like, this was all from one raid. 4 Herba Mystica. Like, I've been super lucky with some of these. As I just kind of like, I don't... How? Oh, but yeah, so you can actually get a lot from them, which is really cool. Actually, I might train the other King Gambit as well, so I can have one that's just actually for competitive and one that's just for Terra Raids. Because the other one was the same as this one. I'm not going to do that now, though. We're going to train King Gambit, do the raid we're training him for, and then we're going to find a different Terra Raid, and then we're going to do that one. And then we might do some shiny hunting at some point as well. We'll see. Okay. We have 7 more Azurals to defeat. We have 7 more. 7? We have 7 more Azurals to defeat. I will... Seven, yes. All of a sudden, my this is... I don't know how to say S with a Z. Oh gosh, it's knee deep. I'm really slow. I'm actually gonna, I will, oh, here we go. I am going to, just something I realized right now that I could potentially just do, just so you guys can see what I'm looking at when I'm looking at stuff. So this is the link to the best move set build set for King Gambit. I'm gonna, after the stream, provided I remember, someone please remind me. After the stream, I'm going to put the resources into the Discord in the Pokemon channel. And just because that page, and I do have another one which tells you what Pokemon gives what EV, that was just really useful to me as well in learning all of this. I will put that into the Discord after the stream as well, in the Pokemon channel, just so if anyone else wants to know what resources I'm using, that's like in chat, you have the page directly for King Gambit. That's the build that we're doing right now. And all of the resources that I've used for this, I will put into the Discord. Because it might be handy for someone else. Okay. I really do wish one of these days, though, that I could actually get a shiny Azurill. I don't know what a shiny Azurill looks like, but I know a shiny Azumarill is yellow, so I kind of assume that a shiny Azumarill would also be yellow. Let's see, that was defense. I just want to make sure that... Oh no, that's special attack. Oh, yes, Spoink was special defense. Yes, okay. Just want to make sure that I remember which Pokemon give what EV, otherwise we're going to be giving King Gambit the wrong EVs, and that we do not want. We need to learn how to cook. Yes. It is someone is freaking out. Oh, that's... There is an invisible Pokemon right there freaking out. I'm guessing it's an Azurill, because usually Azurills are the ones who freak out in this area. Anyways, we're gonna ignore that. But I do hope one of these days, when I'm just EV training, that I will bump into a shiny Azurill, because I would be so happy. Just so happy, oh my gosh. I'm going to Google shiny Azurill while we ironhead this guy. But I would assume shiny Azurill is green. Oh, that's still very obvious though, so I haven't seen one because I've only ever seen blue ones. So it's not yellow, but it's still really obvious. And that was the last one, wasn't it? I kind of distracted myself a bit. So we started with, what was it? 259? I think, HP. And we've ended up at 305. So that is quite a difference. Now, to check, to make sure, like, we have... Ironhead has been used up. Night Slash has 2 power points left, which means we have fought 28 Pokemon. But if we want to just make sure anyways, we can look at the EVs and we can see that it is nice and sparkly, which means that HP stat has been maxed. So next we go for attack, because attack we also want to actually, okay, we are training Berserker as well, so if we put away the held item and then we just give it to this guy, we might as well just do that immediately, otherwise we're just gonna be going back and forth, which is just going to take more time because then we have to travel all over. We're going to fast travel, but still, it's just easier to just do this. So, we don't quite know. Like, Berserker has a lot of HP EVs already. We don't know exactly how much because there's no way to tell exactly. But he does have HP and attack EVs. We removed all the others because we don't want those. But HP, he already has some in. So we don't know exactly how many Pokemon we need to fight. I think it doesn't really matter who we fight them with, but we're just going to fight them with Berserker because, well, King Gambit was running out of moves anyways. So, sure, let's just do Metal Claw, and after each 10, so when we have 25 left, we're going to check to see what his HP stat is like. So, just to make it very clear for myself, I name them after I'm done training them. After I've changed everything that needs changing, that's when I name them. So they don't have any name right now. I will give you guys also, since we're doing both of them, might as well have that as well. That is the build that I'm doing for Berserker. Okay. What was I doing? Yes, battling. That's what I'm doing. So let's see. We want. Yeah, we also want adamant for Berserker, of course. Ability is the hidden ability. Increases the damage of the users and allies. Oh, that's really good. User and ally steel type moves by 50%. That is really, really good. So yeah, you absolutely want that one. Wow. That is actually really good. So you improve your Pokemon stats by fighting specific Pokemon? Yes, exactly. So every Pokemon has one stat that they give points, like EV points in. And since we're, and the held item gives Berserker 8 EVs extra in that. So each Azura left fight, he gets 9 EVs in HP, basically. I'm just going to, let's see. So just fix, let's just fix the nature and the ability while I remember, because I'm really bad at remembering that sometimes. I have like named them and put them away and just being like, okay, I'm done with this Pokemon, and then I realize, oh wait, no, I still have to change the ability and the nature. Okay, let's change that. There we go, Steal a Spirit, perfect. That is such a good ability. Explanation, no problems at all. That is kind of what I'm like, if anyone has any questions about this at all, because I've done my explanations as we've gone, but obviously you've probably not been here from the start, so like any questions I will gladly answer, because this is something that I've known about competitive training for years and years, but it's just seemed like such a big thing and such a hassle that I've never wanted to get into it. But it actually isn't that bad. Like, so it's just, I've just basically been avoiding it because I didn't really know what it entailed. But also, it was more of an effort to do it in the past. Like past games, it's not this streamlined because you have every resource available to fix every single stat in Scarlet and Violet. And if you go back to like Gen 1, Gen 2, so on and so forth, it's not going to be the same. I think it's mostly the same in Sword and Shield, but I think that's where some of the stuff that we have just readily available, well, I say readily available, some of the stuff you don't necessarily, you know, some of the stuff you don't get immediately, like ability patches, ability capsules, mints. They're not necessarily stuff you have at the start of the game. Actually, they're not stuff you have at the start of the game, but as you go along, you get it. And once you have access to it, it is fairly readily available. So, like, it's pretty streamlined now. Speaking as a veteran, it was Hell World. Yeah, see? Mora knows. I've heard things and I've read things, but I'm not one of them. But yeah. Not good. Oh, gosh. Oh, boy. Oh, so yeah. Oh, it's been made just really, really simple. And I'll be honest, if I had tried looking into this earlier when it was more problematic, I probably would have just been like, not for me. Because I don't think I would have had the patience. Like, it's such a simple thing to do now that... Because I'm not a very patient person. I'm a very stubborn person, which is how I'm surviving in in Elden Ring. But I'm not a patient person. So, just hate IVs, I really do. You know what? I get it. Yeah, I get it. Hogs, thank you for the raid. Welcome. How are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome, raiders. How's it going? For those of you who may not know me, my name is Natalie. I am a variety streamer and I'm very new to competitive training of Pokemon, but I am showing off the basics on stream, so... So if you have any questions or if you want to learn about this stuff, stick around. Hello to y'all. Welcome. Dropping off the fan before I head to my family. Yes, that sounds wonderful. I hope you have a great rest of the day. And yeah, hope you guys will stick around. We're gonna have a chill and nice time. We're training King Gambit to take out a Tera raid. That I hope will be a Palafin because I really need one for my Pokédex. I know how to get one. I just haven't bothered to do it yet. So it's a hole in my Pokédex for now. But we'll see after this stream. Okay. Let's see how... Oh no. Okay. So that sometimes happens. So I'm gonna use Metal Claw. False Swipe is gonna be no use here because that leaves him with 1 HP, which we don't want. We're gonna use Payday now. So Metal Claw is still 25, which means we've killed 10, right? So Payday is going to be our... Oh, also we get money like that. Oh, I should have started doing this with Payday. 230 for one Payday? Oh god, I really should have been doing this with Payday. Anyways. Let's see. So he already had EVs in... Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. I'd say 5 more. Let's try 5 more. See where we are then. You are very welcome for the shout out. Thank you so much again for the raid. Okay, let's see. Well, okay. So when we have 14 paydays left, we're gonna see where we are. It's not even that much money, but hey, I'll take it. I'm spending a lot of money on things. Mostly Pokeballs. 230, that's not bad. It's really not bad. And I still live in hope that one day, one day, one of these Azumarils will be shiny. I live in hope, but we'll see. We will see. Coins were scattered everywhere. I do like that. Yeah, it is just 230 per payday, I guess. I do like that. Oh. Okay. 2 more after this one. And again, it's not like it matters if we fight too many of them, but it does take a little bit of time to, you know, do the battle. So I'd rather not fight a whole bunch more than I have to, which is why we're just going to do it in small increments till we're there. Basically. But note to self, always start with payday with Berserker, because that's just money. There was when I was first starting to train Pokemon like this, I had quite a few bottle capsules, but I also had to use a lot of them, especially for my team, because there were several of my team that I wanted to train, not necessarily because I needed them to be useful, but they were my team and I love them, so I wanted them to be, you know, the best version of themselves they could be. And that took a lot of bottle caps. A lot. Let's try... Okay, 4 more. So we're down to 10. But luckily you can also, like, most of my bottle caps, you can find them on the ground. I'm pretty sure I've done that a couple of times. But it's very rare. Other than that, you find them in Terra raids. But the thing that really makes them easier to come by is that you can just buy them in a shop. I think it's either Delhi Bird Presents, or I don't remember what that store is called. Something Delhi, or it's the Chansey store. I don't actually remember which. They cost 20,000, but honestly, that's not a lot. Because again, you can pay with both League points or Poké Dollars. Which, yeah, it's just not that big of a problem. Especially if you've got payday and you can just get all the money in the world. Now, Berserker, I want to train for one simple reason, and that is because any Pokemon I train, I just get up to level 100, so I know that that Pokemon is trained. I will not have any level 100 Pokemon that is not trained, except for Charizard and Cinderace, because, well, they don't have to be trained, I guess. They have perfect IVs and all of that stuff. So I know that any Pokemon I have that is a level 100, they're gonna be trained. And most probably trained exactly how they should be. I still worry that I have accidentally forgotten to change someone's ability or nature, but at this point, it's been too long, and I'm not going to check. So it's fine. But I just want to get him to level 100, because that means that any Pokemon I meet, more likely than not, I did not see you there, but hey, you are what I need. More likely than not, any Pokemon I meet, Berserker will then be able to just get down to 1 HP, unless, obviously, it's a ghost type. I don't think normal is completely, like, no effect on anything but ghost types. Is it? I'm bad with typings. Really bad with typings. So normal attacker, yeah, no, it's just ghost. It's half Like, it's not effective against rock and steel, but only ghost is it no effect on. So most Pokemon, if I find a shiny one, Berserker will be able to just get him down to 1 HP, and that'll be that. And I will be happy. Life will be easy. And that is what I want. Berserker at level 100. And that is why I want to train him, because if he's going to be 100, I'm going to spend all of that candy on him. He might as well be perfectly trained as well. To be the best version of Berserker that he can be. Okay, we need a few more. Oh, a lot of this is just gonna be me rambling about my my thoughts on competitive training, probably, as I've come to learn it. But yeah. Still no shiny Azumarill, though. Well, no, Azurill. Still no shiny Azurill. We live in hope. Like, chances are, because each time I'm here, you know, each Pokemon I train that needs HP stat, I'll be here. So, eventually, statistically, I should find one. And then I will competitively train that as well. Okay, come on. Yeah, there we go. It is done. Okay. So let us put that away. We're going to change this, and then we're going to give King Gambit a new item to hold. So we want to train the attack stat now. That is where we want EVs. And attack was Power Bracer, I think. Yeah. I'm starting to learn what what item trains what. Okay, what we're gonna do first, though, I'm also hoping for you can max that Pokemon through bottle cap method. Yeah, but it's just like I'm just fine doing this, especially because, you know, yeah, we're eating EVs. No, we're training EVs. Not EVs. It's an E and a V. Not an EV. But hello, Majestic Squirtle. How are you doing? Welcome. That is an EV eater confirmed. No, I am not. Well, there were IVs. I know the site I've been using says EVs, but I guess I don't know. Like, I know nothing about this except from what I've read, which admittedly is probably the bare minimum to do this, but I find it fun. Okay, we're gonna first heal up so we have all of our PP back. Oh, pretty good. Just caught a shiny Chansey. Oh, that is awesome. Congrats. Were you shiny hunting or just pure coincidence? Because that happens a lot in this game. Sheep killer, Eevee muncher, what else is she hiding? No, this is exactly what I was afraid of. No. Okay, so attack stats. We're going over this way. Oh, wait. No, I went out too far. Just to remind myself, I think that's the one we want to go to. I think that was the one. Anyways. We're gonna fly over here, and this is actually in this spot you can train special defense, you can train well, I use this place to train special defense, speed, or attack, and this is where I found a shiny Shinx while doing one of those. I don't remember who. Pure coincidence, I'm leveling some mons. Yeah, I love that. You're just wandering around doing your thing, and it's like, oh, hey, look, it's a shiny. All of my shinies so far, I've also just found by pure coincidence, and it's so much fun. So Shinx is the one you want for for attack. IV and EVs are different things, by the way. Oh, are they? Okay, well, I'm training EVs then. Because at least the website that seems to know its stuff, they called what I'm doing training EVs. Let's not forget about the myriad of other crimes against humanity she's committed in Breath of the Wild and Assassin's Creed. I've done nothing in Breath of the Wild. Assassin's Creed, maybe. And Hitman and not Oxygen included. What did I do with not Oxygen included? Well, Oxygen not included. I did my best for those people. They were idiots. Hitman, well, that was an experiment. So, that's different. Can't forget Hitman. I mean... Why is that the quote that comes up? Oh, perfect. Okay, cool. Oh. That one's probably just true at all times. Yeah, so I don't know that much about this. Like, full disclosure, I don't. I'm not going to pretend I do. According to the website I'm using, what I'm training is EVs. So IVs, I guess, are different. Well, IVs are the other stats. Oh, right, yeah, IVs are the stats you... Yeah, bottle caps, right, yes. EV are bonus stats, where IV are the base stats of a Pokemon. Yeah, okay, yeah. So we're training the bonus stats, basically. Yeah. I have used the bottle caps on whatever stats are not, you know, the best for almost all of the Pokemon, I think. But, yeah. So we catch a different Chansey, they can have different IV depending on where the stat lean towards. Yeah. So basically, that's IV is changed by the nature, basically, and EV is changed depending on the Pokemon you fight and the EVs they gain. I guess is an easy way to for the same level. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Which is why when you catch, say, because I'm using most of the Pokemon that I'm training, except for the ones that were in my party when I started this. I've only trained Pokemon from level 5 raids, because they will have 4 to 5, or well, 5 or 6, and they will have 4 to 5 IVs that are best, which means you don't necessarily need to change anything. Set you're using for movesets is actually a nice starting point now. Oh, good. Yeah, it seemed really good. So I was just like, yeah, this seems really useful. And I will be sharing that in the Discord, just like the general page and stuff, not just the because it's just nice to have these resources readily available, I suppose. Because although, I mean, a quick Google search will also get you it. Grammar. But yeah. I mean, I can't look at a Pokemon and be like, okay, I want to do this moveset, so I need to build it up with these stats. Like, I'm not there. I'm just gonna, you know, I get my moves from the site. I get my build from the site because I don't know enough about it to be able to do my own builds. And I'll be completely honest, because I'm not really wanting to use this in like competitive battling. It's just for Terra raids, but I found that these builds work really well in Terra raids. So just Google search cheater. It's not cheating. It's research. Excuse you. Understandable. Yeah. Although, I mean, I am understanding it more and more, especially now with the stuff that Majestic, because I was just like, I'll be honest, I thought Eevee and Ivies were the same thing. So I know you mentioned Ivies earlier, Mora, and I was just like, oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. But no, it is not. I now know. But yeah. Ah, yes, also a good quote. Perfect. I might be insane, but at the very least I do my research when needed. Oh, I remember that one. Oh, right, I need to contact Alien to do more Tomb Raider. Oh, nice, we got a little... I think this is exactly... I think my shiny Shinx was around this rock. That's where I found it. Very specific information, and none of you needed to know, but now you have it. He was just there. Fully yellow and pretty. Hi. And I just realized I've not been keeping count at all, and this is why... this is why I use the PowerPoints to keep track of how many Pokemon. Yep. PowerPoints are the counter, and there's a reason why. Is that... No, I keep hopping back because of the... Yeah. I was just... Is that Happiny following me? But no, it's just me jumping back each time. Oh, the Happiny is so worried. Don't worry, little guy. Okay, I might get close to you once more, but after that, we're leaving the area. Ish. Oh no, King Gambit's attack is down. I think we'll be okay against the level 8 Shinx. But yeah, that is mainly why I'm using these low levels as well, because one PowerPoint will kill. Unless they miss. And if they miss, then I use a completely different move so that my count is still correct. Basically. That's how I do it. So say King Abbott misses a Shinx, I will go with Slash for the next time. And Slash does not count towards... Oh, I think Happiny is actually following me. Because Happiny was over there before. I mean, I don't mind. Happy's cute. Get that Stardust. Okay. We are not too far away. Halfway there. Little more than halfway. Well, we're just going to say halfway there. Let's see. Okay. Just checking. Yeah, I do need to change his moveset a little bit. Oh, hi. Mini Paul. actually really like the design of King Gambit. I find it really interesting that they added the evolution, and it's a pretty cool one. I like it. I'm considering turning the shiny Mankey I accidentally ran into yesterday into Annihilate, but it's also kind of cute. So I don't know if I want to. I think Poniard and Bisharp need a King Gambit as an Evo, to be honest. I mean, they didn't need it, no. But I do kind of think it's a cool design. I do find it interesting that they make that change, and they added evolution to Mankey as well. But Alamola and Love Disc are still not a family. Like, how? How are they not an evolution line? Majestic Squirtle, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you very, very much. It doesn't make any sense. It's just my opinion on the matter. Oh. Yeah, I really don't get them bringing Alamola and Love Disc together. It's so weird. Yeah! I don't understand that. I don't think I ever will, because, like, I mean, when I first, you know, I don't remember what generation they first appeared in, but I had a Love Disc, and I was just like, why is this thing never evolving? Because I'd seen Alamola, and I was like, obviously that's the... Because I don't check these things, I just assume. Then again, they've never done that, put two Pokemon and disconnected families together. True, they haven't, but like, why are they disconnected families to begin with? I mean, when they made the Pokemon, why? Well, this was a Gen 3 forgettable Pokemon. Oh, that's some scathing reviews for Love Disc there. Oh, but yeah, it's not the most interesting. Like, it just kind of isn't. When I realized it wasn't going to evolve, I was just like, well, I've wasted so much time on this. I remember I did the same thing with, well, not exactly the same thing. I didn't realize I was tiny and small, and I didn't know the logic behind the queen bee thing. And I had my little combi, and usually, you know, bug Pokemon, they evolve so quickly, but he just wouldn't evolve, and I didn't understand. I didn't get it until I found out that only the female combi evolved. And that made me sad, because I had put all of my love and effort into this little bee that would never evolve. Gen 5 was a copy paste to Gen 3, but I love Gen 5. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in Gen 5. Also, those were just good games. Useless male bee. It is sad, but it is true. I mean, it makes sense because Vespiquen obviously is the queen bee, so it does make sense, but child me did not think of this logic. You're still tiny and small. Yes, lest we forget. Oh, I wonder what shiny paw thing looks like. I don't remember the names. I know there's one that's... No, it's Pawmi, Pawmot, and... Well, no, there's a third one I don't remember the name of. And I don't remember which one is which either. So... I thought that... No! I tried really hard not to swerve into them, but I think the fact that I tried really hard not to swerve into them made me swerve into... Yep. Okay, let's see. Okay, 6 more. Well, 5 after this one. We are nearing the end for King Gambit's attack. Attack training montage. I think unfortunately, because I have been thinking of like, because it would be fun to be able to, you know, try out competitive, have a look at the competitive scene. But I think the problem, like the reason why I can't is because I'm so bad at remembering what what typing is good against what. Like there are certain that are obvious and I remember them and all of that stuff, but there's some that I just have no clue. No clue. Like I have a cheat sheet ready to go if I need it for the next raid we do. Because I just nope. I watched a video of someone shiny hunting a combi, and the first 3 shiny ones they encountered were male, and they finally caught a female. Oof. Oh. I mean, that's some luck because, you know, 4 shinies, but I imagine that took some time, and oof. Yeah, oh. That would not have been fun. Gotta learn them type matchups. Yeah, I really do. I keep forgetting, and the fact is that now that the game tells me what's effective and what's not, it's like I'm just not even trying anymore, which is obviously a problem. Tank Action, hello, welcome. How are you doing? Happy New Year. I hope you had a fantastic holiday. Happy New Year, yes. I was like, wait, why was that quoted? I'm gonna have to do Hades at some point. Oh, because I'm addicted to Hades. I just realized that, yeah. Oh, wow. How long did it take that one to die? I really wonder. To be fair, they made shiny hunting easy in the game. Oh, in this game, yeah, shiny hunting isn't that bad in this game, especially once you have the shiny charm. It really, like, it's fairly simple. But still, if you're unlucky, it can take a while. But yeah, it is much less painful than it used to be. Oh, King Gambit is done. Which means that we are going to take this. Now, Berserker already had some EVs in attack, and he's gained a few through this as well. So we'll just go little by little. I'm on the wrong tab. We'll just go little by little to well, I really should remember to go down and up to get the power items because that's way easier. So let's start with 10 again and see how far that gets us. Funnily enough, so far, oh wait, I'm gonna do one thing because I just like to make sure, because I know my math is correct, but I don't necessarily trust my math. So yeah, attack has been maxed. Funnily enough, because I've tried a little bit of shiny hunting in this game, and I tried a little bit of shiny hunting in Arceus as well. I guess technically it's called Arceus, but well, I'm stuck in my ways and he's Arceus to me. But I haven't actually shiny hunting, I haven't found a single shiny. So I've just kind of, well, it's easier if you have the shiny charm. So I'm just kind of waiting for that for now. But also, I have better luck apparently just wandering around the game looking at the Pokemon. Because actually trying to shiny hunt, I have found not a single shiny. Not one. Not a one. It be like that. It do be like that. Yeah. It do be like that. But I do enjoy the fact that you can just wander around the area and then all of a sudden, oh, I'm on a rock. Nice. All of a sudden, there it is. Shiny. Although some of these Pokemon, I have no idea what they look like shiny. So, unless it's a really obvious difference, I could potentially just walk past a lot of shinies. Because if it's obvious, then I'll notice. But if it's just like, because some just have like eye color difference, or just they're slightly lighter color or slightly darker, like, especially if they're alone, I'm probably not going to notice that. Chocolate shiny, just as blue eyes. Yeah. So see, I could potentially have walked past 100 shiny Charcotets. I will never know. But that is good to know. Thank you, Majestic. That is really good to know, because I have been wondering, but I've not looked it up. Because I would actually like a shiny Charcadet, because I like Charcadet's evolutions. I really, really like them. Really, really like them. Oh, but I'm never gonna know. I do tend to just send... I've been thinking, what if it's just really... you know, not obvious. So I have occasionally just sent out my Pokemon against them, because I do know that auto battles won't work if it's a shiny. They're protected from the auto battle. So if my Pokemon won't attack, it'll be a shiny. But now I know to look for blue eyes, and that is really good. That makes it easier. They're nice. They are. I especially like the looks of, oh gosh, what's it called? Cerulege? The violet one. I especially like the looks of the violet one. It just looks really cool. Truth, yeah. It is the cooler of the two, I would say. But I like the other one as well. It's not as, like... I guess the other one is kind of like... so, Cerulege is kind of like a sports car, right? Like, sleek and cool. And then... I don't remember the other one's name at all. It's kind of more like a... sedan? I don't know. It's chunkier, and but it's still a good Pokemon. I haven't trained one like competitively yet, but I am going to, because it apparently is really good. The evolutions remind you of Mega Man. You know what? I see what you mean. Yeah, I can see that. Oh. I'm not a car person, so my car analogies might be way off from what they should be. If you have better ones, please feel free. I don't know why I even went to cars, because again, I don't know cars. The term is more cushion for pushing up lump. Or chunky. Well, I mean, sure. Why not? Oh. Wait, so... God. Oh gosh, what's this? What's this? Coin something. Wait, what's this move called? It's called coin scatter? Coin payday. It's called payday. There's nothing about coins at all in there. So 230. And if you actually use all 20 PP of them, you make 4,600. That is not bad. Not bad at all. Oh. We've probably already made 4,600. Because I used more than 10 last time. And I've used almost 10 now. I'm getting rich off of this. Nice. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's check to see if we've maxed these EVs or not now. Okay, let us see. Okay, not quite. So let's try another 5. Oh, hello. There's exactly 5 of you. Did you hear me just now? And you just grouped together like nice little shinks. They're running off, so probably not. Also, they're in a game, so they can't hear me. But you know, it's nice to imagine that they just did that to make it easy for me. They are coming back, to be fair. Look, all 4 of them are back. Oh, that's nice. Hello. Hey, you're next. They're giving me EVs and they're giving me money. Oh. Oh. Honestly, in the future when I want to do chill streams, we might just do this again. This or shiny hunting, because they're very chill things to do. This includes a little bit of math sometimes, but like, that's okay. It's still chill. Really sounds like I have a problem with math when I put it that way. Oh, little shinks on the wall. Okay, one more. Oh yeah, the guy over there. They actually all stayed. It made this just super convenient for me. This group of shinks were the best group of shinks ever. Oh my gosh. Such nice shinkses. Yeah, I'd say shinkses. That sounds about right. And we've made a lot of money. Not saying you do, but 2 plus 2 doesn't equal 5. No, that is true. That is true. Okay, we need a little bit more. That's a matter of definition. I mean, I want to agree with you, but also math and no. But I do like your spirit. I wonder what the salt looks like shiny. I wonder if the salt is very obviously shiny or not. 1 plus 1, however, could equal 3. Oh my god. Of course, right? I mean, by the same logic, 2 plus 2 could technically be 5. I'm just saying. I feel like that one I got, but a lot of things, when you spell it out way more clearly, I don't get it. I just don't know why. Cube on top becomes yellow, I believe. What? Cube on top. I'll come over and show you how tonight. Oh, I mean, I did get it this time, somehow. But yeah. Oh, the Pokemon Knuckly, right. I forgot I asked that question. Ah, so that one is pretty obvious, yeah. That one is actually pretty obvious. Cool, thank you. Okay, let's see if that was enough. Not, we'll do 2 more. Like, this would have been way easier if I just... Oh, I'd say like 1 more does it. This would have been way easier if I had just removed all of the EVs from these stats as well, because then we'd know again just 28. But at the same time, this is fine. We're making money. Actually, we would make more money. Well, no. We'd make 230 more right now. Because I only have 1 more payday, not coin something. Come on. You done? No. Okay. We get to use our last payday. This is fantastic. This is absolutely brilliant. Yongoose, I think, is kind of obvious, like the stripe changes, and I believe it's fairly obvious. I think it's pretty pink or something. It gets fairly pink. I now know Shinx is yellow. Yes, yeah. So that one's pretty obvious. We would notice that if a shiny, like we walk past the shiny one, we would notice that. I think Spoink's Pearl changes is the... I know Psyduck is blue. Also. And I looked up Azurill. Because I live in hope. I would love to just get a shiny Azurill, level it up, like, make it Azumarill, and just be using that. I would love that so much. I think I've already trained an Azumarill, but, like, I would kick that off the team immediately. Wait, I didn't need to do that. Well, maybe I did. We'll just do the thing. It'll be fine. Metal Claw! I don't have any more paydays, so it's just really sad. We're not making money off this anymore. Oh! How long has that been there? Thank you for the max potion, and that is why I just keep Gary Jr. as Gary Jr. and I don't evolve him. Well, her. But anyways. There we go! Attack is done! Okay, we wanted... Okay, special defense. Which is Spoink. Let me just check that. Because I remembered it wrong earlier. Yes, it is Spoink. Okay, perfect. So Spoink is also in this area. And we just need 4 EVs in that one. So we'll just put that away. We're just going to start with King Gambit. So give him an item. Basically, we're just going to fight one of them by giving them the power... No. The power band. Yes. Oh, that settles it. We're going to have to put them back on the street till they start making money again. Oh, poor Berserker, no. Okay, I saw a bunch of spoink earlier. I've seen so many spoinks. Oh, come on. Not a single spoink in sight. I swear Spoink does this on purpose, because every time when I'm training other things, Spoink is everywhere. The minute I actually need to use the Spoink to train, it disappears. All of the Spoinks go away. And it's no longer a coincidence. It cannot be. Why do you have that look, Exo? What do you have against Spoinks? I mean, I don't really, but they keep hiding wherever I need them. And, I mean, in comparison to all the other Pokemon in this area, I usually just have to take one down. So, like, it could just make my life easier. Can't you use something else to feed your villains for XP? I mean, I can, but this is just easier. I know this one. There we go. Look, it's a Spoink. Look, it was a Spoink. Oh, I feel a little bit bad about that one. Okay, put away held item. And then we're going to give an item to hold. Because this way they get all of it right away and I don't have to fight more. Although technically, Berserker needs one less now. Get all those things you pass. But they don't give me special defense. So, if we go here, just to illustrate. So, we've maxed out HP and attack. But we still haven't put any, well... Berserker has 1 point in special defense, but he needs 4 to max out the EVs. So that's how you know that they're actually maxed out, because the thing turns blue. Like, it's very yellow here, but here it's blue. And the same goes for everyone else, though this one wasn't trained. Because, well, I'm gonna keep Gary Jr. forever because of the pickup ability, but... I'm probably not going to train Gary Jr. because, well, I don't think I'll ever use Gary Jr. in raid, I'll be honest. Also, it's Shinx, not Sphinx. I was wondering why that sounded so strange to me. Okay, here we go. Okay. Yeah, sure, Metal Claw. So, what we're going to do next is not at all a necessary step. Not necessary in the least. Like, not even a little bit necessary, but we're going to do it anyways. Okay, put away held item. And then we are going to travel, and we are going to travel to Levincia. This is not at all necessary, but we have... max trained the EVs. They have all of the EVs. I mean, technically, I could do this with Gary Jr. as well. You know what? I am going to do this with Gary Jr. as well. It's not really gonna, like... Oh, wait, no, that's... It's because I was about to walk into a pole. The game didn't want me to take Koraidon into the pole. Which is fair enough. So you can get 1 of each evolution? Yes. And that is my plan, eventually. That is my plan, eventually. So, this isn't necessary at all. but you can get a little ribbon here, or like an effort mark. So we're just gonna do that for funsies because they've done such a good job. There we go. Zerker did a good job. And then we're gonna give one to... This is not necessary at all. Like, it does not matter if you do this. But it's kind of nice just to give them that, because you've trained them, and you might as well give them the effort ribbon, because why not? Okay, so we want Tera type Steel for Berserker. We want Tera type Dark for King Gambit. Both of those are wrong on our Pokemon, so I'll have to change that later. There's a camera? Oh, I think I knew about that. Oh well, I forgot. Anyways, I accidentally went into the... Okay, oh no, wait! He is Steel, which I wanted him to be Steel. I forgot immediately. Yes, okay, perfect. So, and then Dark for King Gambit. Yeah, so King Gambit needs to, okay, K name, Kyle. Okay, Kyle. And he needs to be dark, so we're just gonna... Oh, no. No, oh god. Yeah, I'm panicking. I don't know why, because it's ridiculous. No! Wait. No! Stop doing... Oh god. Okay, well... No. Okay. Okay, I'm done panicking over the naming situation. I keep pressing the wrong buttons because I'm used to the other controller for Elden Ring, and that's how you do it there. And I don't do this when it's in handheld mode, but whenever I have a controller in my hands, apparently, when I play Elden Ring, I think I'm playing Pokemon, and when I play Pokemon, I think I'm playing Elden Ring, and it's getting sad. And, well, the first name I thought of here was Peter, so we're just gonna do that. Save your petty participation rewards, give them real medals. These are very nice medals, I'll have you know. Actually, give one to Gary as well. Gary Jr. has... Like, Gary Jr. is the MVP of the team, giving me so many, like, max revives and big nuggets, and other really good things. Okay. Okay, so he needs a change of... I don't think I have the Dark Tera shirts. Oh, no, wait, I do actually. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, we're making another stop. I remember where this is, she said very convincingly. I'm like 80% sure I'm going to the right town. 85. I went to the wrong side of town, but yes, I am 100% sure now, because this is where you did the thing. For the thing. I remember. Yes. Okay, very good. Yes, there it is. Yeah, so you want to go to the other Pokemon Center, but yes, this is where it is. Haha, I know my stuff. Oh. Okay, so we want to change... let's see, I have brought you... Oh, I actually have a lot of these, apparently. Dark Tera Shards, thank you. Not you. King Gambit. There we go. Yes, I want to change Kyle's tera type. Okay. So I need to change his name again, otherwise I'm gonna think that the tera type is wrong. So we're just gonna... Okay, well, let's not take away part of his name. That's just mean. Okay, so Kyle, we want Sucker Punch, no, Koto Cleave, Iron Head, and Brick Break. I'm not going to remember half of those, but let's go for it. Yeah, this is one we want. There we go. Okay. Remember remove. What did I say? So, Sucker Punch, Iron Head, and Brick Break. Okay, Iron Head is one of them. Sucker Punch and Brick Break are the ones I need to remember. Sucker Punch and Brick Break. Remember moves. Okay, he doesn't actually know the other ones. We can see if he learns them as he levels up. Let's see, so we want Iron Head, Screech, Taunt, and Helping Hand. Iron Head, Screech, Taunt. So some of those I probably will just not really care about. Screech, however, that I will put on because for Terror Raids, I'm probably not going to use Berserker in Terror Raids. Oh, actually, yes. So I do need... I kind of want to keep Payday. Well, no, because... yeah. Okay, that hurt me to do, but it is for the best. So we're going to leave Taunt. Or maybe Helping Hand. Actually... I mean, that isn't bad, though. But again, this guy isn't really for... Oh, wow. Kind of like the sound of that. But yeah, so I don't really know why I'm doing this. Berserker isn't really here to do damage. Berserker is here because I want someone that I can reliably just get him down to 1 HP, which is, you know, False Swipe. Okay, so, but sure, I'll give him a metal coat. And King Gambit needs an assault vest. Okay. I'm going to move him back down there, which is where he belongs. So I need a metal coat and I need a assault vest. Do I have those, actually? Hang on. I might have them. I have a lot of things. Who knows what? Okay, let's just move past all of this. All of this also, because we're not evolving. Let's see. Do we have the thing that we need? No. Okay. We do not. So I need... No. Assault vest and metal coat. Okay. So we need to go shopping. And this is actually the reason why having Payday was really nice, because I am spending some money on items for Pokemon. It's the sad truth about it. Yep, the sad truth. Hopefully we can get both items here in this town. Not that I know where the store is. Wait, if I have a look at the map, it says, doesn't it? Delhi Costco, Sure Cans. Oh, is this? Oh. Oh, this place doesn't actually have one. Oh, never mind then. Okay, we do need to go somewhere else. I'm just gonna have a look at that Eevee. Well, it'll spawn somewhere here. I just want to see, because, you know, it would be really handy if, you know... I'm not seeing one spawn in, actually. That's really sad. Oh, well. Okay. Oh, wait. That's an item. No, go away. That's an item right there. Ow. Okay, right. So I would love to get a shiny Fido as well, because it's so cute. Look at him. Oh, look at him. Oh, I would love that. Okay, let's just go. I mean, I'm probably gonna find what I need here, I would say. So yeah, let's do that. And then we're going to go use some bottle caps. I'm not sure if I want to do that on Berserker, I'll be honest. Wait. Hang on a second. I'm so tempted to try to press B because that's how you go faster in Elden Ring. Oh god, it actually works. Wow. This is just Elden Ring. Oh, I've fallen. But I'm fine. My phone saved me. There wasn't anything up there, so I'm not gonna go back up. That is fine. That is all good. Okay, let's see. I've gone the wrong way. Hang on. This is not where I wanted to be. I wanted to be here. Oh, that's perfect, actually. I didn't go the wrong way at all. This is exactly where I wanted to go. I don't remember if it's the Delibird Presence or if it's the Chansey store. Oh wait, no, that was something else. Well, none of what I wanted was here. What's general goods? Oh, okay, yeah, so Delibird is where you get the bottle caps. Which is really nice if you run out of them. Which I did once, because when I was first training, I didn't really do many raids. So... because I had Dave. Dave was doing pretty good in certain raids. So I was able to get, like, a small amount. I had 20 something. But then I kind of spent those. So I bought 20. And then I kind of used those up as well. But after that, I haven't trained as many, and I've just kind of done the thing. Oh my god, Peter! Oh my god! Thank you so much for the 10 gift subs! Peter! Hi! How are you doing? There are multiple Delibird stores that sell different things. Oh, right. Do they sell different things in... Because I know that in different cities, they sell different things. But do they also in, like, in this city sell different things? Thank you so much again, Peter. That was really generous of you. Also, that means we reached our goal to play Portal. Bye! Oh, Peter, bye! I hope you're having a lot of fun! Oh, hello, Tommy! How you doing? Hello, hello! Welcome! Greetings! Hope you're having a good holiday! A Happy New Year! Yes, the battle items will be different in each Delibird store. Oh! I did not know that. Thank you! That is really good to know. Okay, I'm just gonna check all of them then. Because, wait, is this the one I... No, I was in a different one. I knew, like, in different cities they had different things, but I didn't realize that they actually had different stuff in, like, all of them. Thank you. Merry 2023. Yes. Ah, may it be a good year. Oh, assault vest. We needed one of those. Okay. Okay, so now we just need a metal coat. Okay. We need a metal coat. Wait, I need to go this way because it's messing with my head that I'm going the other way because I have 3 times, I think, I've tried to breed Pokemon in the hopes of getting a shiny. And it's just easy to go here and do that when you want to hatch the eggs. And I go this, like, in this direction. That was the one I was in, so that one doesn't have what we need. But this one might. Okay, let's have a look. No. Not there. Let's see, I could actually just do that. A different Delibird source in different areas. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, it's in Levincia. What just happened? I look away for 1 minute. Peter just did a drive-by with 10 gift subs, yeah. And this guy does that. He did. He really did. The ones in the school are the same. Oh, really? Right. Okay. Oh, I might have misunderstood you earlier then. Because I thought you meant, like in the same city, they'll still have different things. Okay, let's see. Where is the Delibird? Actually, look at the map. The map knows all of the things. It's over here, isn't it? That's Chansey Supply. That is Delibird Presence. Yep, there we go. Okay. Okay, let's see here. North Livens, yeah. See, you know all the things. Ow. Wait, we pretended that I didn't do that. We pretend that didn't happen. Okay, battle items. Let's see here. Metal coat. Okay, let's get ourselves one of those. Almost went right back in there. Okay, let's give these guys their items. Oh, one of them is an item I've never had before in my inventory. Which one, though? Oh, the metal coat. Yes. I was just, wait, who did I? The right Pokemon. Okay, now we give the assault vest to not. No, that's not how. That's not how that works. Okay, assault vest. It's just probably still should have gone down to up because there's so much stuff at the up start here that we just Don't need. There we go. Assault vest. There we go. Okay. I will have to change the goal now as well. Oh gosh. Okay, so last step. It's also Delibird store in Takarafa. All right, okay, yeah, because I do not like. I have to look it up where, because I know that I've seen them in different like towns, but I cannot remember where for the most part. We're looking for a shiny Nath. Not at the moment. You have one? I do have. I actually, one of my team is actually shiny. I found him in the ocean by pure coincidence. But other than him, I haven't. How many hours do you have in this? I don't know. A few, I would say, because I tend to just go do terror raids nowadays. Okay, so we don't need special attack on either of them, so that stat I'm not going to care about. So basically special defense is what we want to train for Kyle. Okay. Need to use a bottle cap for special defense. There we go. Start training. Because we're not going to be using the special attack. So I'm not going to use a bottle cap on that. Oh, wait, no, I meant to say yes, because I do actually. I never have more than one Pokemon I'm training, so I got confused and just immediately went, no, I'm not interested in this. But no, we did actually need. Well, sugar. Right, I forgot about that. I've also not had this. Well, no, I did that once before. But yeah, I forgot about that, because usually the Pokemon that I do this with are level 75, because I usually just do them, like, except for some of my teammates, which were all also level 60. There was one Pokemon I did that was less, and I don't remember who. Doesn't matter. Is one enough? I just want to see, how much does that? That's exactly enough. Metal sound. No. I'm happy enough with the moveset. Okay. We'll properly do the levels after this. Oh. I want to use bottle caps because I don't have a gold bottle cap. Okay, we want attack, we want defense. Of course, special attack is one of the ones that are the best on them. Okay, there we go. Okay. Actually, now that Peter, gifted 10 subs, it's kind of appropriate that we actually named one of the Pokemon Peter, because it's like an homage now to that happening. Okay. Let's see. I've fixed the natures. I changed the abilities. I've done up the IVs. I've done up the EVs. I've fixed their items and their moves, except for King Gambit's, who I want to see if I want to see if I'm trying to... Oh, yes, if he'll learn them. It took me a while to remember what I wanted to say, because I lost it. Oh, I can't do 80. That's a shame. I'd like to wish you a happy new year. I've been thinking about you lately, Nath. Hope you've been having a nice time. Oh, Anna! Happy New Year! I hope you've been having a lovely holiday. Oh, I hope you're doing good. Hello, hello, and welcome. Happy New Year. Did I say that? My mind is scattered. So yeah, I like to just go down slowly. Because I don't have as many of the big ones as I do of the little ones. Actually, I have more. Wait. I have more large and medium candies than I have small candies. How did that happen? Okay, well, I'm just using these. Oh, 3 is the most. Okay, right. Gotcha. Nope, that's not. Get ML and XL from higher rates. Oh yeah, true. Which does actually make sense, because I tend to... I'll sometimes do 4 raids, but lower than that, I kind of just... I do them sometimes just because I want the Tera shards, but mostly I do only go for 5, 6, sometimes 4. So it does actually make sense. Okay, let's start with 10 of these. Actually, let's start with 50 of these? 60? Okay, 50. And we'll do the rest in mediums. Haha! It did not learn a single move, so probably won't. Okay, what if I do 25? Oh no, that's really unsatisfying actually, because now that's 19. I was just thinking, well, these two... But what about if I go for these 9? No. Just... There we go. Kyle did not learn any of the things. Okay. What? I mean, I'm not too surprised, honestly. Sometimes you just have to teach them. So, okay. What was it that I needed to enclose that? I no longer need that. What was it that I wanted on? Brick Break and Sucker Punch. Brick Break and Sucker Punch. Okay. Let's see if I even have Brick Break or Sucker Punch. I do have Brick Break. So we'll just put that there. I think I want to rearrange these, actually. Because there's a little bit dissatisfying that... Okay. Sucker Punch. Do I have Sucker Punch? I do not have Sucker Punch. But question is that because I just used them all, or do I just... I mean, it could also be a thing that you need to breed, which in that case... Oh, wait, I went to the wrong, sorry. There we go. If I need to breed them, that's just not going to happen because, well, it's not that important that we have everything perfect. But if I can... Nope, I don't have it. So it's just going to have to make do without it. So no Sucker Punch for King Gambit, but... let's see. I think I still want to swap Slash with something. It's just tearing attack with big pinchers. The target faints instantly if this attack hits, but it's only got 30 accuracy, which means it'll probably never hit. So, we'll take Night... I will just take Night Slash back. Instead of Slash, we have Night Slash. Okay, that sounds good. Yep, and then I'm going to just put Iron Head at the bottom, so we have the Dark type moves the same place. Okay. We have done the thing. I'm also going to save the game because I don't have autosave on. If anything happened, all of the things we would have done would have been gone. Okay. Let's go do the raid. Now, keep in mind, I haven't, you know, I'm trying, thank you. Oh, well, I hope it is good. I don't know why it took me so long to read that. I'm sorry. Now keep in mind, I've not necessarily looked at, like, I'm looking at what's going to be super effective and what's also going to withstand what we're trying to fight. But that doesn't mean this is going to be the optimal, like, Pokemon for this particular raid. Because, well, I'm definitely not experienced enough in this to be able to tell. So, we've chosen a Pokemon that will do well in this situation, probably. Unless it has some kind of a move that it's very obvious that it's going to have, but I just don't know about it, so... Oh, no, you stay away from me. Bad bird. Hi, Lechonk. Aha! Okay. Let's try this. I really hope it's a Palafin, because I do need one. I have so far not bothered to do the thing, so I could evolve one. So, yeah. Oh. Oh, was there a heart there? Because I think that's the only difference between a Finizen and a Palafin, as far as I'm... Yes! Is it? Yes! That's what I was hoping for. Oh, I'm so happy. Okay, that didn't do much, so I'm happy with that. So far, it's looking good, I would say. And that's not going to do too much. It's kind of ridiculous, some of the Pokemon I don't have in my Pokedex. I don't have oh gosh, what's the name of Wingle's evolution? I don't have that guy. I've just never evolved a Wingull or caught one in the wild. And I think there's several evolutions that I just haven't picked up yet. That I just haven't evolved the Pokemon, which honestly, with all the candies, it would be very easy to do so. Just nope. Yes, you can evolve my Wingull. What does that even mean? Oh wait, just you. I don't know why I read yes in front of that. But point is, what does that even mean? Oh, Palafin is bulking up. It's okay. His defense cannot withstand the kowtow cleave. Yeah, Palafin is doing no damage, almost, to Kyle. So this is working out perfectly. There we go, we're through the shield. Wonderful! Oh, I didn't change my place where I am in the boxes, so Palafin is gonna go in the wrong box. But that's fine, I'll fix it later. After stream. I'll just take care of it, it'll be fine. I try to, like, keep a system so I know where to find everything, but sometimes I forget to do things. Yes, only you can do it. Yes, of course. Oh, look at the little heart. Oh, catch it. For goodness sakes, catch it. My Pokedex is one step closer to completion. It really is ridiculous, the ones I haven't. Some of them I really should just get immediately. I just haven't done it. And I don't know why, because I've been looking at it and going like, huh, why do I not have that? Oh, Palafin. Oh, yes! the ability capsule and Sour Herba Mystica. Oh, that makes me happy. Oh, that makes me very happy. Very nice. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Okay. So, King Gambit against Psychic Palafin. Well, Psychic Tera type Palafin. Was a success. This Pokemon changes its appearance if it hears its allies calling for help. Palafin will never show anybody its moment of transformation. Wait, what? There's different... Zero form. There's different forms of Palafin? Oh. I don't want a nickname. Not yet, anyways. Huh. Grimmsnarl is also one. Like, I should just have it, but no. Okay, let's have a look at the next raid. Oh, that one's really close. And I know all of these are 5-star raids. I think all of these as well, because I went through... I was just kind of doing all of the raids in this area, and then I came to here, and I was like, oh, wait. I'm planning to do the training for raids on stream tomorrow. I'll just do all of the ones that aren't 5-star, just to remove them and make it easy to find 5-star Tera raids. So, I know that all of those ones are 5-star. On the other side of the map, not so much. But I know these ones. Oh wait, it's right there. Dive! Can you... There you go, faster. Thank you. Apparently the tail of this little guy is red, if it's shiny. I'm not sure what that was, but I felt threatened, I guess. Also, I've learned that all of the forms of Deerling are... their shiny has a pink flower on the top of the head. Doesn't matter what form it is. Pink flower means shiny. Okay, we have a bug Pokemon with a fire type. So, obviously we want to be a fire. Let's see. So we want to withstand bug moves. So fire, fighting, poison, flying, ghost, steel, or fairy is what we want to be. But we also want to be good against fire. So let's see if we have any immediate crossover. I mean, rock is a crossover. Bug is bad against rock, but rock is good against fire. So, rock. Have a good rest of the stream and a good year. Thank you so much, Tommy. I hope you have a very good rest of your evening. Good night. Thank you so much for stopping by. So yeah, okay. We're gonna do a rock type. Weasel, why? Weasel, why? I will run. I will run from you, Weasel. Run away, run away, run away. Okay. Sure, we'll just put Palafin there because that's just nice. Okay, I'm gonna move Kratos and I have to move Kyle because Kyle is fully trained, not like I thought he would be. Okay, rock. I don't know. I might do this one with the other. I don't know. We'll see. I can sort that out later. Let's see. So, rock type. We have this guy. We have that guy. I do also have a Lycanroc. Whose Tera type, funnily enough, is a bug. I think we're gonna go for... Oh, I named her Lila. Okay, we're gonna go for Lila. There we go. I'm just gonna move you over to here because I'm just thinking that yeah. Bug is probably not what we want for Lila. Okay. Lichen rock. There we go. Okay. Let's see, and we have Dusk form. Okay, so we want Jolly and the ability to be Tough Claws. So it's not Jolly. What ability do we have? We have Tough Claws. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what we want. Awesome. Counter Accelerock, Taunt, and Stealth Rock. Okay. The moveset is not that bad. It's almost what we want it to be. Not what I meant to do. Okay. Also not what I meant to do. Let's just have a look. So Stealth Rock we wanted, which actually that sounds... Well, no, actually, because I'm using this for Tera battles. And Stealth Rock only matters if you're switching in and out, which the Tera Pokemon will not be switching in and out. So that is pointless. Counter, however, if you've got Counter... yes. Okay. Okay, that always goes first. Honestly, I kind of want to just remove Taunt, because realistically, how much am I going to use that? Yeah, so I think that is fine. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Well, there is a different build. Hang on. So let me have a look at these builds. There are a couple of different ones here. I think I'm going to go with the one that we had. Yeah, I'm going to go with this one. Okay, so we want a focus sash on this guy once we're done. We want to max out attack and speed. And then we want 4 special defense. Okay. That is what we want to do. So you guys can have a look at this if you would like to. I'm just going to put that in there. That is exactly the guide that I am following when it comes to IVs. Well, EVs. EVs. So we want Jolly, which is plus speed and minus special attack. Okay. There we go. So we can fix that right away as well. So we want Jolly. Okay. Just making sure I didn't pass the Jolly Mint. I did not. There we go. So far I've been lucky and I've actually always had the mint I've wanted to use. Uh, but there might come a day, because like the serious mint, I only have one of those. But I believe you can actually buy the mints as well. Relaxed mint as well. I only have one of those. But I'm pretty sure you can, I think Delibird store? You can buy the mints there. So it's not a huge thing. But it is nice to just have them. Regardless. Okay, so we are now... Looking at the map, there are supposed to be Azurals here. I don't see them though. I don't see a single one. No, what am I doing? I forgot what I was doing. Give item. Yeah, no, not health. Attack. Attack speed and special defense, right? Attack speed and special defense. I forgot immediately. Okay, attack is what we're going to go for first, which was the power bracer. Okay, attack and speed we can do in the same place, but we are going to have to move again for the next one. So attack and speed we can do here. Yes, lie there. Okay. So attack is still Shinx. Speed is Rookity or Fletchling. Those are the ones that are basically I pick whichever is in the area that I am in. Which if it was HP, I would be going for Fletchlings afterwards because they are the ones that are in that area and just readily available. But since we are here to do attack, it is easier to just go for the Rookity because that Pokemon is here. Okay, so yeah. Take down, use all of the Accelerock and then 2 Rock Slide and we'll have it. That's just how we're going to do that. Oh no, Lila's attack fell. It just makes me laugh a little bit. Because, like, we are ridiculously strong for this, but that is also the point for me. That is why I'm choosing these, because there are stronger Pokemon you can fight in other places that will do the same thing, but I like to be able to count it out exactly with my power points. Otherwise, I have to keep track of literally how many Pokemon I defeat, or I'm just gonna have to, you know... Well, anytime I guess I'm maxing out an EV, it doesn't matter as much, but you don't always max out 2 EVs and then you just fill out the last one. Sometimes you're putting points into like 4. Like Dave. Dave, I believe, has 4 EVs that he is trained in. Or at the very least, attack is not fully trained. So with that, if I don't use the power points, I would have to actually keep track and yeah, no. Again, I just don't think I'd have the patience. I would have to sit with like a little notepad and just kind of make little, you know, check marks basically, like, yeah, that's 1 down, that's 1 down. Because I would absolutely forget if I'm just like counting them out, like, okay, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4. Wait, was that 5 or 6? That would be immediately, because especially, like, obviously now I'm just doing this. I'm streaming as well, and I'm talking to chat. So yeah, actually, that would be enough to just completely distract me from what I'm doing. And all of a sudden, I'll just be like, wait, hang on. Where am I? So, yeah. That is... I like using the PowerPoints to count. Because then I don't really have to keep track of it myself. It's all about... it's all about just... oh, doing the math on the PowerPoints, which isn't that hard, because you're mostly dealing with 20, 10, and 15. Sometimes 5, I guess, but like for the most part, it's... or if you have one that's 30 or 35, I mean, it's still pretty easy. So it's just convenient. It's just convenient. Very convenient. Aw, Shinx is cute. Hi, Shinx. I have come for you. Oh no, Lila. Your attack. Let's see. Yep. I would really like to get a shiny Spoink. So I am hoping, but Spoink doesn't really appear that much here, which limits the amount of encounters that you have even while, you know, doing this. Which is kind of a shame. I do think when I have the shiny charm, I will probably more seriously shiny hunt a few Pokemon. Which I will probably then also trade. But for now, I'm just gonna meet Pokemon by chance that are shiny, because it's been working. Oh, there's a Shinx, and there's 2 more Shinxes. Oh, oopsies. I nearly went past the Shinx, and we can't have that. We definitely can't have that. That would just be awful, of course. Oh, you are very on the edge there. Oh, I'm very on the edge now. I might fall down once the battle is over. I'm not entirely sure, but I might. I'm very much on a, like, slope. No, okay, I'm fine. I have had that happen before. Because you do sometimes, you're just placed in very odd spaces when you jump away from the Pokemon you're battling. I especially find it funny in the towers with the gimme goals where you just end up on the banister. Like, come out of the fight and you're just on the little ledge, which you cannot otherwise get up on. Too. I guess maybe if you jump with Koraidon, to be fair, but other than that, you can't. Hello, Shinx. Hello. I need your assistance. You have to train my Pokemon to be attackier. Please and thank you. Haha. Maybe I should just max out Gary. Because Gary will eventually become level 100. It's just kind of unavoidable. Maybe I should just make Gary Jr. the best Gary Jr. can be without actually evolving, because that's never happening. It might actually be worth a thought. Speaking of, you have found me a thing. Thank you. Like, it just gets you such good items. I just love having that on my team. I've yet to buy a single, like, health item at all because I don't need to. Gary Jr. keeps me stocked. 100%. Also all the things I find in the wild, but like, Gary Jr. MVP. Just saying. Okay. 8 more rock slides and we are done. Oh, the poor Shinx. What it be? And at least all of these Shinx are not fainting in vain. Oh, I feel like I'm in a precarious position here. Oh yeah, I'm definitely falling down the hill this time. Look at that. Told you Gary Jr. would come in clutch. I mean, I've never even considered taking Gary Jr. off the team. Like, that's not happening because pickup is too good. But I'm never going to be using Gary Jr. for a Tera raid because, well, the fact is, and the fact will remain, that Gary Jr.'s stats are hindered by the fact that Gary Jr. will never evolve. And the even bigger problem is that, you know, Gary Jr. can't hold an Eviolite to make her stronger because she has to be able to pick up items. So, yeah. Gary Jr. will never completely live up to her potential, but she is pretty darn good anyways. And she's doing the very best she can, and she's doing amazingly. And that's really all that matters in the end. All that matters in the end. Oh, wait. Oh no, there's a path there. I was like, wait, is the Spoink going on the walls? But no, Spoink was not going in the walls. Spoink was going in a path, which is better than the walls, I guess. Actually, Counter was not a good Pokemon to... No, a good move to put on Lila as we're training. Okay, that's not a blue eye. Those are not blue eyes. So we know the Charcadet is not shiny. Charcadet, I probably would want to shiny hunt. Yeah, I like Charcadet. Charcadet is cute. Okay. Rock Slide! What is that noise? Is it the Knockley? Did the Knockley make that noise? That is a strange noise for a little salt. So, you know how horses, like, yeah, they have salt licks that's like, kind of like a, you know, horses like that. I wonder if, like, Mudstale and the thing that evolves into it, if they were in the same place as Knockley, would they be licking them? Because Knockley is, like, a salt Pokemon. Would Knockley be, like, a salt lick to the horsey Pokemon? Is the question that I am posing. I don't know if any of you have ever considered that idea before. But, oh. Feel free to think on it now. It's like, they are a little, like, squarey at the top and stuff. I feel like it, you know, wouldn't be impossible. Let's see. 3 more. So we have all the Shinx we need here. Oh, that's a crit. Oh, Lila, that was overkill. That was overkill. Let's see. What Tera type does Lila need to be here? It doesn't actually say. But, it doesn't actually say what. Oh. Oh, hi! Oh, that was useful. Thank you, little Shinx. I didn't have to go to the Shinx that time. The Shinx came to me. And that is the last Shinx as well. Perfect. Oh, well. That was less perfect, but I mean, it still works. Then we do a crunch. Although, at this point, it doesn't really matter because, I'm going to heal up anyways to get the things back. Okay, so. Oh, hi. A pretty feather. No, a white herb. Oh. I'm gonna say I probably want Lycanroc, well, Lila, to have a rock Tera type then instead of bug. Actually, maybe it doesn't really matter. Well, I mean, we'll see. It didn't say, so I'm just gonna have to make something up. Next is speed, which means change held item. Let's see here. We need the power weight. No, power anklet. That is the speed one. Yes, anklet. Power weight is HP. Okay. But also. Do that. Okay. Oh no, wait, I'm mixing up special attack and special defense again. We need special defense. Yeah, so all of the Pokemon we need are actually in this area. Perfect. That is wonderful. Okay, but we're doing speed first. Let me rephrase that. We are leveling up the EV... the speed EV first. Yes. Also, Rock is super effective against flying. Or is Rookity normal type? See, that's also a thing. I can't remember what types different Pokemon are. But isn't Rookity... No. No, I don't know. Hello, little Rookity. Way back when, I think you actually had to breed for perfect IVs, which could probably take forever. And I'm just fixing them with bottle caps. So that alone has actually just become way simpler. Oh. My team is too nervous to eat berries. Uh-oh. Big uh-oh. Huh, I could check that one to see what it is. I mean, we're going to take the other one first because, well, we're working on Lila for that, but... Actually, I mean, if it looks like one we can just use King Gambit on... If it's a 5-star, that is. If it's not, I'm probably not going to bother. It's not, so I'm not going to bother. Young Goose, why? Why would you do this? I can't even beat you because I don't know what EV you give, and... Well... You don't want the wrong ones. Because... It's not as easy as just eating a berry to get rid of wrong EVs. Oh, you're not shiny. But you are a bird. Bye-bye, birdie. Bye-bye. You are also bird. I do wonder because Lycanroc has 3. It's like midday, midnight, and I don't remember the other form, but Lycanroc has 3 forms. I kind of wonder if is it just like the form that's different, or are their stats going to be different as well, based on the form? That seems convoluted, though, if that's how it works. I don't know. Because, like, the difference is when you, like, if you're meeting a Lycanroc at night, it'll be the midnight variation. If you're meeting it on midday, I think it is, which is what I have. It's like, you know, midday or whatnot. No, this is dusk form. Yeah, so at dusk. And then there's midday, isn't it? I don't know. I don't remember. Well, not that important, I suppose. I'm just curious. But I am finding this fun, so... Like, the competitive training and stuff, I kind of like that. And I do like the idea of, like, trying my hand at competitive Pokemon. Like, just dipping my toes in just a little bit at least. So, I don't know. Maybe this will evolve into something greater. But I will have to learn type matchups way better first. Because otherwise, I'm just... That'll just not end well. And also, I need to learn... hypings of Pokemon. Because I am... sort of bad at those as well, which is also not ideal. I saw a bird, but it has gone away. But I see different bird. Oh, Mundle, are you present? Like, not as in, are you a gift? Because clearly you're a gift to us all, but are you still here is what I'm trying to ask. Do you exist? Actually, that one could be... Oh. Hello, bird. There's a Knockley over there, but that doesn't help us much. Rocky D! There we go. Is that the ghost one over there? Might just go over there to check it out, see what's there. It's a 5-star, we could potentially do that as well. Okay. 8 more after this one. There we go. And then there's a bird over here. Also one to the side there. We can't eat berries because we're very nervous. There's a shiny over there by the Shinx. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, I have to dismount to get the shiny and not encounter the Shinx. Hello, bird. We're too nervous to eat berries again. But we persevered. I can talk. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, let's just talk to this Rookie D and then we'll go check the Terra Crystal. There's a Rookity over there. Over there. Oh. Well, I got some money. That's nice. I do actually really like that most places, because it's not everywhere that you can use League points to pay for stuff, but most places you can, and it is just nice because as long as you're doing terror raids, you will never run out of money. And with all of, like, when you're doing terror raids as well, you get treasure, which you can sell for Poké-dollars, which means every raid gives you money in 2 ways. Which is really cool. Especially when you're buying a lot of expensive items and or Pokeballs. Rookity! There you are! But I should check to see if, well... One more Rookity, and then we're done. And because this time we're only training the one Pokemon, it's going a lot faster. Who would have... Oh wait, that's a Rookity. I was just like, I don't see any birds. I don't see any birds. Okay, final one. There we go. And now we just need special defense. And that is it. Okay. Oh, Sunstone. Nice. Okay. Change held item to special defense thing, which is power band, right? Okay. And now we just need to find one Spoink. One Spoink and we are good to go. Well, we still have a few more preparations to make before we can actually attempt the raid, but... still pretty good. Oh, that just ends there. It kind of looked like it, you know, kept going, but it didn't. There were Spoinks up there last time I was there, by the way, when I was checking out the crystal. There was Spoink there, but... Oh, hi, crab. I'm not kidding. Anytime I need the Spoink, they go away. They hide. They literally hide from me. It's not a coincidence anymore. They hide. They know. The Spoinks are aware of what's going on, and they know when it's their turn. They know. Oh, let me just check to be sure. Yep. Attack and speed are maxed. Okay, let's see. No. No. Nope. Where did the Spoink go? Spoink. Spoink does this on purpose. Spoink definitely does this on purpose. Spoink! Honestly, if the Spoink didn't want to fight, like, the Spoink could just be shiny, and I would very happily take it in. I'm just saying. I would very happily take in a shiny Spoink. It would be so nice. I could have a shiny Grumpig, and I would train the Grumpig to perfection. I totally would. I totally would. Okay. There we go. That is that. So we have the ability we need. Speed is up and special attack is down, so that is also what we need. Okay. And that is all good. Yeah, all of those are physical attacks. I just wanted to make sure because I did add a couple attacks that weren't necessarily there. Okay. We have everything we need there. So let us fly to Levincia. Again, not a necessary step. Oopsies. But I just like doing it because we've put in all this effort, so we might as well get a ribbon for it, right? I just think that's nice. And then we need a focus sash. Okay. We need a focus sash. And let me also just have... Yeah, I think I have a focus sash. I think I have a focus sash. So I don't think we need to buy that. Yep, focus sash. There we go. Okay, so that's done. We have the attacks we want. I think that's it. Yes. I would like you to check Lila's efforts. Oh, I probably want that to be rock is the only thing. Is rock one of the ones I have a lot of Tera shards of though? I'm not so sure. Oh, rock I have a lot of. Okay, right. So yeah, no, we can fix that right away. Okay, perfect. Because 2 of the attacks are rock type. So yeah, that just makes sense. No, not that one, but this one. And I remember now if I, didn't just leave immediately. It's this one that we want. Flight to that spot, yes. Oh boy. If I'm remembering this the wrong way around now, she'll be very sad. No, there it is. It is here. Yay! Okay. We can fix Lila's typing. So basically, Lila is just rock, either way. And that is good enough for me. I have brought you rock Tera shards. I want to feed these to fire, water, fire. I need a lot of fire shards. So I actually need to do all of the fire raids that I come across. Okay. I just want to see. Yep, no. Fire is not one I have 50 of. Okay, one thing though. I have forgotten to check Lila's stats. Oh, sugar. Can't do that there. I forget. Okay, here. So, okay, yeah. So, special defense, we probably want to train. Because that is just pretty good. And defense is always a good thing to have as much of as possible. So it's a shame that special attack is not the one that was not best. But hey, it is easy enough to fix, so we can't really complain too much. I keep going too far out. Yes, it's this one. Let's fly to that spot. Yeah, I've got two Pokemon who need fire shards. That is definitely something I need to work on. Oof. Okay. I do want to hyper train. Yes. I want to hyper train Lila. If you don't mind. Thank you. I only have a bottle cap, but even if I had a gold one, I probably wouldn't want to use it for that. Well, for the one stat. Because the difference between a bottle cap and a gold bottle cap is a gold bottle cap will basically train all 6 IVs, while a bottle cap is 1 bottle cap per stat. So that's the difference there. Okay, let's see. I zoomed out too much again. So that is our destination. We will fly over here. Yeah. I need to level Lila up. Gotta level up Lila. Okay. No, not that. There we go. Oh, 90, nice. And we can do, well, 6 of these. Oh, you were one of the lucky ones as well, Tank Action. Ah, that is really cool. Oh. Okay, that gets us to 95. Probably just... see... 45. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Do you play VGC? No. I'll be honest, I've just very recently, like, even dipped my toes into trying out competitive, like, training for basically just to make Terra raids easier. That's really what I've been doing it for. But I kind of might want to try at some point to, like, get more involved in it, I guess. Just want to check the flower. Because I am kind of finding this fun. So... but I'm not very good with type matchups just yet, so I would need to learn that. And also learn the typings of a lot of Pokemon. Because a lot of them I'm like, what type is that again? If you need help or want some guide, I can be there for you. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I might take you up on that at some point. What's VGC? I'm not exactly sure what it stands for, but it's basically competitive Pokemon battling. As far as I know. I'm just gonna use Rock Slide. Yee. Scyther's doing some okay-ish. Oh, video game competitive, right? That makes sense, yeah. Oh, focus energy. Okay, here we go. The only thing that is a shame is that the AI will never terrestrialize. And I kind of wish they could. But I guess if they could, there would be not much point in, you know, doing it with friends or with other people. So I guess that's kind of why. But still, it is a shame. Have you caught Cinderace? I have, yeah. Funnily enough, I'm finding Cinderace raid way easier to solo than to do it with people, because people's Pokemon just seem to faint a lot. And you can't really get them down. So I'm finding that way easier to just solo. I don't know if you've had the same experience with that. I'll catch them. I kind of catch the 5-star ones just because they might have good... They might have better stats, basically. So, why not? Yeah, it's a whole rhythm that people need to follow. Yeah. Yeah. And some of the... Because I did look up what was, you know, good to use against them. But some of the combinations... Like, I've seen people use those Pokemon, and I don't know if they've just not properly trained them or what, but they seem to just die very easily, which is really problematic. Because like I trained a Slowbro, and I've not really had much trouble. Like, Cinderace don't really get her down all that much, but yeah. Got again in 15 minutes. Take your time. Oh, Meryl. Okay. He was Amaraj and the Sylveon. My buddy used a Slowbro. Okay, yeah. I used a Sylveon for the Charmander one. Charizard one, even. I used a Sylveon for that, which worked really well. But that was also, like, that one was very, like, that was absolutely fine to use with, like, to go online and just do it with a bunch of people. Cinderace does not seem that. Oh, you're not the Pokemon I thought you were. You're all fine. Charm and Reflect with Light Clay. Oh, I see. Oh. Yeah, I use Slowbro. Technically, you're supposed to use, oh, I can't remember the... Wait, what? That was odd. Take your time! Technically, with Slowbro, you're supposed to boost defense 3 times, and then special attack 3 times. But I found that it's just likely that Cinderace will nullify stat changes before you get to do anything if you do that. So I just kind of go for 2 on both, and I usually get in a few attacks before stats are nullified. So I found... Oh, wait, there's a poke. You're in the wall. Well, you were in the wall. Interesting. I was like, wait, what? Again, in the wall. The walls are not safe. I'm going to hit a 3rd Pokemon, I'm sure. I didn't, actually. I'm very surprised. Okay, so we got a Drifloon. grass type. So we want something that is not going to be affected by ghost type. But so, which is the only things that are actually like ghosts are actually bad against is normal, obviously, and also dark. It does half damage to that. Then we need something that's good against grass, which isn't really either of those. But if we find something that can learn grass or ice, perhaps. Okay, let's have a look at. Let's have a look at the Pokemon that are available to us to train with. Okay, you go in this one. Actually, wait, there should be a hole. Yeah, there we go. Put him there. Lila's fully trained, so we'll just put Lila away in the trained bunch. Okay, so ideally, a normal type Pokemon that could learn fire or ice. That would be ideal. And dark is the other one. Oh, hello. That's dark ice. And grass. I mean, that might just be the best option on the table. Because we have Gothiel as well, but actually that's a psychic. That's not a dark type. Yeah, no, I don't think. What? Do you have an ice move? Check summary. Jeez. What moves can you learn? Can Slacking learn ice moves? Because that would be perfect. Oh. Sorry about that. Excuse me. Okay, so let's see. What moves can so okay, so learn by TM. Icy Wind? I mean, that's something. Also, Ice Punch. Okay, that's just kind of perfect. Ice Beam, Blizzard. Yeah, okay, that's just kind of perfect. Yeah, okay. That is... Yup. Okay, right, so... Okay. Oh, it is truant, though, so it's not going to be able to attack twice in a row is the only problem with it. That is a bit of a problem, to be fair. Prasitukin, thank you. Yeah, no, that is... that is slightly problematic. But I mean... Yeah. Well... I mean, we could potentially work... Okay, wait, Cyclizar. It's still a normal type, so it won't be able to do anything, but if it can... Okay, let's see. Cyclizar. All of a sudden I can't find normal type Pokemon. There we go. I'm just blind. Okay, so Cyclizar. Where are you? Cyclizar, there we go. Okay, can you learn ice type moves? Hopefully, I mean, I would assume it can, but I do not know. Okay, so by TM, I mean, it can learn Fire Fang. Fire is also fine. So we don't necessarily need ice, except the Tera type is ice. Okay, Ice Spinner is one. That is the only thing it can learn. So it may not be the super useful. I don't even know if I have Ice Spinner, but it can learn fire attacks. So, so yeah, that will be fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I think we're gonna go with that because at least Cyclizar can attack each turn. Naps are great, but I gotta make them shorter than 4 hours. Oh, Kelly. I mean, you can't have napped for 4 hours now. You did say hi less than 4 hours ago. Okay. Well, 3 hours then, roughly. I may have overconsumed myself last night. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh. But it does happen. It does happen. Okay. So fun though. I mean, yeah, that's the important part. It's okay, I'll recover the one way I know. Why does that sound slightly menacing? Okay, the build isn't that great, but he's kind of our only workable thing for the moment, I guess. I don't know. Well, stop that. Oh, jinkies. Okay. So, Cyclizar isn't really ever going to be... I mean... Okay, wait. I am kind of curious. So... oh gosh, what's this? Slacking. Okay, best moveset for slacking. Oh, I don't see... I don't think they've done a thing for slacking, apparently. Nope. Okay. Well, Cyclizar it is. Okay. We have a game plan. First things first. Can I get him the ice attack? I just want the ice attack because, well... Oh yeah, I do actually have Ice Spinner. Also destroys the terrain. What does that mean? I don't know, but I guess we'll find out. Instead of double edge, sure. Okay, so let's see. he has Regenerator, which is what we want. Tera type should be Steel, but well, we're doing something different. But we'll still do the... So HP and Speed is what we're gonna max out, and then 4 Defense. Okay, so all of those can be done in one place. Don't worry, she's ignoring us anyways. I am not. You're all rude. I don't ignore anyone. There we go. Ain't it? I'm not ignoring you. Okay. We have Ice Spinner. This is good. Now, okay. Give item. We are in school. I mean, it kind of seems like it sometimes, doesn't it? I mean, technically, if you're paying attention to, you know, all my stat nonsense, then I guess. Okay. I don't think. Why would you do that? Compared to her, we are. What do you mean? Are you calling me old? That has that overwhelmed substitute teacher energy. I'm not sure what that means. I'll be honest. Okay, let's see. We need to go over here. So, HP... What was it? HP, Speed, and Defense. Yeah, all of that can be done here. So we'll start with health. And again, we will hope for shiny Azurill, as always. The hope is there. It lives, it thrives. It may be dashed, but it lives. Okay. Okay, this is slightly... Okay, let's just go for knockoff, and then we'll do that one afterwards, because that's just going to be the easier math. Need to have 7 left of the Ice Spinner at the end. Yeah. Easiest way to do this, because, yeah, Dragon has no effect. Azurill is just... Is Azurill just Fairy type? I'll be honest, I thought Azurill was normal type. Huh. Well, you live and you learn. You live and you learn. Okay. Here we go. Knockoff. Oh. Cyclizar uses his tail to attack. I wasn't paying attention the other time, so I didn't notice until now. Oh. Bye. Goodbye. Well, soon, anyways. Knock off. Okay. Now we go down the stream and we hope for shinies. I am mostly hoping for a shiny Azurill. So it wouldn't... Like, I wouldn't be surprised if I find both shiny Buizel and shiny Psyduck in this very spot before I actually get a shiny Azurill here. I caught a shiny last night. Oh, what shiny did you catch? Which one did you get? Also, was it shiny hunting or just pure accent? The dung beetle. Oh, what does that look like when it's shiny? Is it an obvious shiny? That's also an evolution that I need. Accident, yeah. I feel like it's just... You're just gonna... It just happens. Oh, like a gold turd. Oh, so I guess it is, yeah, fairly noticeable. See, let me just... Oh. Thank you. I want to say Mundle or Exo because those are the ones I know are here. But yeah, I am halfway convinced that I will find a shiny of all other Pokemon on this stretch of land before I find Azurill, because I would very much like to find myself a shiny Azurill. Since I'm here so often doing this, but it still hasn't happened. I won't be, you know, unhappy with that, because I like all the Pokemon here. But it'll happen. I mean, sooner or later, yeah, it has to. Probability says. Doing this is actually how I found my shiny, my golden fish in the sea. My shiny Magikarp, which was very exciting. I wonder what shiny Wiglet looks like, because that would be interesting as well. Oh, gee, Psyduck, you scared me. What is wrong with you? Honestly. Psyduck used Squawk. It was super effective. Oh, gosh. I'm grinding these raids for the next 4 hours before they close. Oh, is it ending today? I'm guessing, like, the Charizard raid, it's gonna come back, like, next weekend or something? Yeah, we'll make a return in 2 weeks. Okay, yeah. I don't know how long it took, but yeah. I mean, that's cool. It is nice that they spaced them out a little bit, because maybe someone's really busy this weekend, so they, you know, just don't have the time. And then in 2 weeks, they might not be as busy. It's just nice. Plus the fact that they do it for, you know, 2 weekends just mean that more people might get to do the things. Have you dived into sandwich making? Not a lot. I've like 2 or 3 times I've made like egg sandwiches. And I've very half-heartedly just like made like a shiny power sandwich for a Pokemon that I wanted in a specific area, then like gone 5 or 10 minutes and just being like, nah, I'm just resetting because I don't have the patience. And I'll make them religiously for buffs. I mean, that's probably a good idea, honestly. Because they are there for a reason. I guess especially before doing 7-star rates, they're probably pretty good. Oh, if I'd done 5 of the Ice Spinner instead of these last 5 here, I could have made the math much easier, but no. I mean, it's fine. I just need to have 7 left instead of 2. It's not a difficult equation. So we'll just keep going like this. Because there is like raid power and stuff as well. But I don't know, it's funny. For like the Charizard raid, I found just, you know, going online with people worked so well. And Cinderace is just, anytime I'm with other people, it's not, it doesn't feel possible to win. Because everyone, like, people's Pokemon faint too fast. So it's just way easier to solo. But after stream, I might try it a couple of more times just to see if I can... Because they do have pretty nice rewards. Mostly the Tera Shards is what I'm after from those, because they, from what I can tell, they don't drop, like, Herba Mystica. I think they drop ability capsules? I don't know if they drop patches. And they do drop a lot of, like, you know, PP up and stuff like that, I suppose. But still, I don't really find the rewards to be that good. But that might be because I don't really use stuff like, you know, PP up, HP up, all of that kind of stuff. But it might be a good idea, especially with the Pokemon that I've trained. Say, for instance, for Kratos' Collision Course, I think that's what the move is called. I mean, that's probably just a good idea to you know, get the power points up as far as they can go, because, well, I mean, oh, that's an interesting one. What was I saying? I don't know, I distracted myself. Oh, yes, no, because it only has 5 PP, so, like, I could use it more if I had more power points, and it might just be a good idea. I should try to do that, yeah. Just have a little look and just... I need to look up, like, how they work properly, though, because I don't know if it's, like... I would imagine that there's a limit. You can't just say if... You can use a maximum of 5 of each of the stat boosting ones on a Pokemon. I would assume that, you know, that's not 5 in every stat, that you have to, like, pick and choose, because it just seems very OP if you can... Then again, they're hard to come by, I suppose. Can you buy them anywhere? I don't... Can you? I don't remember. I don't know. Well... I will do reading, I think. Okay. There we go. Another Azurill. Down. And then one more. Hi! Oh, if only I could meet a nice... Very nice. Was it green? I would be so happy. I looked it up earlier, but I kind of forgot what color it was. Kind of forgot. Wait, go back up? I didn't fall down anywhere. What? Oh well. Okay. We're almost there. Yes, 2 more. Hi, little ball. Okay. So next up is speed. Because we gotta make Cyclizar speedier. But I also need to... Well... Dragon attacks would probably be fine with the rest of this area. Okay, let's just check summary just to make sure, because... Yep, there we go. I don't necessarily trust my math, even though I know it's correct. It's a thing. Okay, here we go. What was I doing? Speed, yes, there we go. Oh. And Gary Jr. is at it again. Thank you, Gary Jr. And thank you, Mundle, for the hydrate and the posture check. Posture did actually need checking a bit. That was not awesome posture. Okay. I'm just gonna go down here, have a little look-see around, just in case. Things, you know. Little things. Nope. Okay. Here we go. Oh, there it was. Okie dokie. Okay, so. Oh, okay. And word. Gotcha. That is fine. Oh. Magikarp made it all the way up here. That's interesting. Well, here we have our next target, which is Fletchling. And that is how we're gonna get speed in this area. Actually, I think there are Rookies as well, so we could just, like, anything that is here. Isn't Magikarp the most useless? No. No. Magikarp is not. Magikarp is good Magikarp. Okay, so we have... Okay, so we can basically do... That is 25, 3 of those. Yeah, that is how we're going to do this. Yep. Okay. We have a plan. Also, I know what you tried to do there. It's not gonna work. Not immediately, anyways. I want to eat fish now. Kelly, no. Why, Kelly? Why? Math has a plan. Get in cover, everyone. Yes, that makes sense. No. Can't eat Magikarp. No. Kelly, no. Bad Kelly. Oh no, I miss seafood mac and cheese. Oh. That does actually sound really good, so I can understand, yeah. No, you cannot eat them. You can only play with them. As in have battles. And toss them toys. I do not kill them. But you guys are very violent towards them, and it's very, very just weird. Very not understandable. The opposite of understandable, even. The mostest opposite. All those poor Wooloo. Those poor Wooloo are mostly fine because I wasn't killing them. I was just encountering them and then leaving them alone. Why not? Why did they have to die? Most of them didn't. Wait, what's... Oh, it's a Lechonk, right? This feels like overkill for a tiny, tiny little bird. But it is what it is. Now she's killing birds. I am, but it is needed to train my Pokemon. So, it is what it is. It has to be done. It's for training purposes. OMG, this thing is so cute. That's what she said? And now it's dead. She kills for sport and training. I mean, it's not for sport, it's for training. Plus, it's not even kill, they just faint. You guys are so traumatic. Fainting is not the same as dying. I'm just saying. Training for the sport. I mean, yes, but that's still not the same thing. Those are not the right Pokemon just yet. You banned the word, Mundle. You can't make me say it. I'm not falling for it. It's way too soon. You're doing it too quickly. So you're not letting me forget that it's banned. But I can use it over and over again. That is true, you can. But it does mean I don't forget that I can't say it, which means I just avoid it. I have learned that shiny Hoppip will not fly away in a storm, which is really, really nice because otherwise, like, you could just, like, imagine seeing this shiny Pokemon and then it just whoosh flies away when you approach. Like, that would just be super sad. The sport of pet slaughter. No, it's just fainting. It's fine. Almost sentient pets, mind you. Yeah. I mean, fairly sentient. They're crowding me. Ah! Get away! Get away! Run! Okay. We're almost done with the Dragon Pulse. That Fletchling actually got a hit in. I'm impressed. That wasn't bad. That wasn't bad at all. Oh, I saw... There you are. Haha! Found you! I don't think I don't feel like I properly got into the Era voice. Maybe it's been so long that I forgot how to do the Era voice. Oh no. Is Nintendo actually planning new games? I do not know. I do not pay attention to things that I probably should, because it is technically in my interest to do so, because then I know what to be excited for. But I have no idea. None whatsoever. Ever. Metroid? Really? Oh, air voice is done. I would assume that they are, because it is a very popular franchise. You still can't make me say the word, because I still have, I think, 4 minutes on the clock? For the last 11 years. Wait, seriously? I've heard so much about Metroid over and over and it never happens. Oh, really? Oh, that's a big oof. So, the entire fan base of Metroid is just in this constant state of will they, won't they? Basically. Except it's not a rom-com, it's, you know. That's a good one, Kelly. That is a good one. You could have had me with that one. That is sneaky. That is very sneaky. Well, that's just a sunkern. Our fan base of Metroid has been itched for way too long. Oh no. Oh, poor Metroid fan. There are no more birds. They're not spawning in. Okay, let's just go. Oh, never mind. There they are. In 2 minutes, I'm safe. Oh, Mundle, the not starving together. Do you want to do that, like, on stream or off stream? Either's fine with me. Okay. Then I'll probably just make that the stream for tomorrow. We'll just figure out when we want to start. Wait, that's Dragon Claw. You're using your tail. It's a lie. The move is a lie. The move lies. It is one past. I am safe. It's never been so hard to not say the word Pokemon before. And also, I went to some Asian restaurant to display part of the menu. They had a Pokemon Tosh. That one was good. That was real good. Almost made me say it. Oh. I don't always read sentences, like, I don't always read chat in my head before I read them out loud, because usually I just kind of see it, I just read it and react to it. But for some reason, that one, like, it happens sometimes. I just read something with my inside voice instead of my outside voice. And that was one of them, which was really lucky for me, because I wouldn't have spotted that otherwise. I would not have seen that coming. Oh, pure luck has struck again. Lucky girl. Yep. Lucky indeed. Very lucky. I found a name for a dex build, Dextrose. Oh, that's good. That is really good, yeah. Oh, it's the perfect name. You can't beat that. You cannot. Sugar substitute? No, washer fruit like I though. Eh? I don't understand. Is dextrose a washer fluid? Also, I'm mostly better now, but yesterday and today I must have had at least 10 to 15 liters of water flow through me. Hydration go burr. Hydration go burr indeed. But hydration is important when you're sick. So you're doing good with hydration. That is good. I started drinking a weird amount of water. I am sick, well, mostly was. Oh. Well, I'm glad you're feeling tons better, though. Because that's my interpretation of that, apparently. You're feeling tons better. Wait, no. Let me touch you. Bird. I need to enter combat with you. Okay, wait. No. Wait. No, stop it. Psyduck, go away. Come on, target the fletchling. I can see through the world, but I cannot target this bird. Psyduck, please go away. Okay, that bird is not worth it. It's a bad bird. It would probably just give bad IVs anyways. Well, EVs. Not IVs. EVs. I wonder why they're called IV and EV. Like, oh, EV for effort value. IV for something value. I don't know what though. Huh. What could the I stand for? I'm assuming... I mean, effort value makes sense for EV. IV or EV? No. IV, yes, but not EV as in the Pokemon. EV, the letters E and the letter V. Like, together becomes, I think, effort value. Yes, EV, exactly. I think it stands for effort value. I feel like I've heard that, like, read that somewhere, and I did read about EVs, so that would make sense, but I have no idea what IV could stand for. Electric vehicle. I don't think that's it. I'll be honest. Uh-oh. It's not your turn yet, Scatterbug. Wait your turn. But we will need to either fight a Scatterbug or a Tarantula for the defense Eevee. So, but right now we are doing speed. As in, we're training the speed Eevee. Anyways. Sometimes I just need to stop talking. And my life would be much better. Okay, where are the fletchlings? Or the rookies? Any kind of bird, really. No, that's not true. But fletchlings and rookies are both acceptable. I'm seeing none. Oh, there we go. I just need to complain about not seeing them. And then I immediately... That's happened like 3 times now. I complain about not seeing them, and then immediately I run into a group of them. I just need to complain more. I could hear the disappointment. Oh, I'm sure I have no idea what you're talking about. Some of these fletchlings get a quick attack in. That is pretty impressive. Pretty impressive, I say. Ah! I see you, bird. Okay, 3 more after this. So, we need 4 ice spinner left, and then we're done. And there's a tarantula right there. Oh, perfect. I thought I was going to run into that thing for a second there. But I do need another bird. There was a bird over there, so that should be fine. But I do need a 3rd one. So that was 1. That is 2. But I need a 3rd. I don't see the 3rd. Because the tarantula is right there. Would have been so easy. I just need 1 more. Just 1 more. That's all I need. What EV Hoppip gives? Maybe I could just do that one for speed. But I don't think so. I do not know, and I don't want to mess anything up. That would just be sad. Okay, I need 1 more bird, and then we're done with speed, and we can go with defense. Dum, 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 dum. I keep mixing up, so obviously Azurill gives HP EVs. I keep mixing up special defense and special attack. Psyduck is special attack. Spoink is special defense. But I keep thinking that Psyduck is special defense and Spoink is attack. But I think I might have learned the difference now. Fletchling and Rookidee give you EV for speed. And finally, you have Scatterbug and Tarantula, who gives EV for defense. And they all give 1 EV each. So with a power band, that's 9. And that's just very simple math, because for the most part, you have like at least 1 stat that you just fully max. So you just know with a power item and a 1 EV Pokemon that you do it 28 times. You basically just save 1 time by using for 2 battles or something. It's really like not much. Oh, look at that! A PP up. Oh, Gary Jr., you never cease to amaze me. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, I wanted to change item, but I guess in a way that did the same thing. I have 87 of those, and a lot of those were given to me by Gary. Okay, so defense. Power belt? Yes, there we go. Okay. And I see a tarantula right there. I'm just going to double check that it was defense, and it is, yes. Perfect. Ice Spinner. I didn't even have to heal. This is perfect. And we still have moves left as well. Lovely. Okay, so nature. Plus speed, minus special attack. What nature do we have? We have plus speed, but we have minus... Wait. Yeah, we have special defense instead of special attack. So that's not ideal. It doesn't say what mint, or well, what. So we're just gonna have to look through the mints. Actually, that's easier by going this way. Let's see. So we need speed up, special attack down. Okay, all of these are... You need speed up. Special attack. Okay, speed, but attack. Special attack. Okay, we need a jolly mint. There we go. Perfect. Okay, let's see. Okay, that is all good. See, we'll give them... I'm gonna use a different held item as well, because it's a the held item is a citrus berry, which that is really, really good. But the thing is, I'm never gonna remember to give him that back. So I am just going to give yeah, I'm just gonna give a shellbell. I have 3 of them that I've found on the ground. Wait, no, give to a Pokemon, not use this item. Silly me. Okay. There we go. Now we level up. There we go. Okay, use those. Oh, that's really close. Oh wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. Just use the last one. Because there's none that's smaller than that. Okay, perfect. Right. Last thing we need to check is... So special attack is the one that we don't need. Oh, right. I can't check that here. Boxes. Special attack is the one stat that we don't need. But of course, special attack is best and special defense is decent, which does make sense actually, because that's the one that was down. Yeah. No. Go away. Thank you. Okay, so we need to hyper train. Oh, and also we're gonna go here. Also gonna go here. Because that is just gonna be easier. Okay. Aha! Run! Cried on, run! Yes, I want to know. Oh, I didn't actually check, but, well. There we go. Also because it's like the effort ribbon, it does feel like it makes sense for EV to be short for effort value. But I still wonder what IV stands for. I should look that up. But not right now. I'll do it later. Okay. We are almost ready to take on this raid. This is actually an interesting way to do this, because usually I'm just like, okay, I'll just choose this Pokemon and I'll train it. Never before have I gone to a raid, figured out, okay, that might be good for this particular raid, and then gone to do it. So this is interesting. Okay. Don't need any more hyper training right now. Oh, okay. Now we go where? We go to this one, which, yes, fly to the spot. Okay, let's go up the mountain. No! Oh, I should have gone off Crydon to pick up the item. We'd never have gotten in that fight if I just dismounted. Swablu, why? Aw. Why would you do this to me? Why? I'm not dramatic at all. Keep telling you guys I'm not. Okay, here we go. After this one, might just do a few raids without training first, because, well, I like to do raids. It's fun. We could try to get in on some Cinderace raids, but with other people, I've never had them succeed, so I don't know how it would go. I'll be honest. But we could try it out. You never know, maybe I get lucky. Maybe I just need, streamer luck from actually, streaming. Maybe that's just being the missing piece. Okay. Challenge alone. Let's take down the Driftblim. Take it down. Thank you for the lurk, Kelly! I've never actually, before now, I've never used a Cyclizar in general. Why is there a biker here? Why not? Does it give extra defense? Probably, I would say. I mean, that would make sense to me. Oh no, don't steal my Tera Orb charge! I want to do the Tera quickly. I only have the one ice move. Here, slash. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Oh, that's a shame for Gardevoir. Oh, but that's also a shame for the Drifblim. Ooh. I mean, the Drifblim is just gonna fix itself soon enough. But still. It does what it does while it does it. Nice. Shellbell is doing its thing. It keeps using Air Slash to get me down to 83. And then I go right back up to 44. I am kind of liking that. That is nice. And now we go extra special strong. I don't think I'm actually gonna have enough, I don't think I'm gonna have enough Ice Spinner to actually finish the Driftblim off. I'm gonna have to use some other attacks as well, I think, because not doing enough to take... Well, I guess one more will take the shield down, and after that, it's kind of gonna go fast, I guess. So maybe, actually. Oh, I'm not ghost type anymore. No, normal type I meant. I'm not normal type anymore. I was never ghost type to begin with. Oh, that's unfortunate. Hex is doing a lot more than Air Slash did. Wait, did Cyclosaur miss? I think Cyclosaur missed. Huh. We'll be fine. I mean, that's not too bad. The problematic bit is that once you terrestrialize, ghost types will affect you again, which is not something I took into consideration all that much. I will catch. Yes. But otherwise, that worked out pretty good. Oh, hello, Herba Mystica. Nice. Oh, I'm very pleased with that. Sour and spicy. Nice. Very nice. Also, something actually, another streamer pointed out. I don't actually remember who. But like, oh, I didn't have Driftblim! Oh yeah, that makes sense, because there's a lot of weird... There's a lot of second evolutions I just don't have for who knows what reason. I don't know. I don't understand, but it's a fact. I haven't caught them, and I haven't evolved them. It's a whole big thing. I don't know why. Anyways. So another streamer pointed out that, you know, you have... Earlier you had, you know, your HM and your TM, right? And you still have the TMs. And then you also still have the HM, because you gain the ability to climb, to surf, to fly by finding the Herba Mystica, which is HM. But it's not really that obvious anymore, I guess, that it's HM, but it still is, which is interesting. Oh, I need to... I'll give him a nickname later, it's fine. I'm already here in boxes, I can't be bothered, but yeah, he needs a name. He needs a name. Okay. Okay, let's give it one go. We'll give it one go and see what happens. We'll see what happens. We'll give it one shot. The bad thing about trying to like enter terror raids like this as well is that it often just takes a lot of time and then you don't get to join, which is why I'm mostly just doing terror raids, you know, on stream alone. Oh, there's not even any here that we're all that interested in. So we can check again later. being very slow in that menu for some reason. Okay, so we're just gonna look for some more tera rates. There's one over here that I know for a fact is a 5. Because this is still part of where I just kind of did my little clean. Oh, that was little Psyduck. I like Psyduck. Psyduck is cute. I'm not as big of a fan of Golduck, but, well, Golduck does have the, pro of having the extra stats because it is an evolution, but Psyduck is way cuter. Way cuter. Way, way cuter. Oh, there's the rate. Okay. All the Terra Crystal. We'll try to see if we can find Cinderace raid again after this one. The Houndstone is inside a Flaffy, or the Flaffy is inside the Houndstone. I don't know. Oh, that's kind of perfect again for Cyclizar. You're not Cyclizar. Wait, actually. He's a ghost type. What attacks do you have? Nothing that's gonna be that effective. Okay, there we go. I don't want to be attacked by the goats when I come out of this stone, but I fear that I will be. I am being ambushed as we speak. Someone please send help. Oh, that Driftbloom is not gonna have a good time. Not gonna have a good time. Oh, Ice Spinner actually has 15 power points. I thought it had 10. Oopsies, my mistake. Oh, that's not good. Gengar has a better defense against my guy than Driftbloom did. That's a problem. Oh, that's a bigger problem. That is a real big problem. Well, okay, I couldn't move. That's perfect. But I can't use... Uh-oh. Okay, well, does that last forever or just for a while? How does that work exactly? Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's really bad. That doesn't work on me though, so yeah, that's good. Dragon Pulse, I guess. It still did quite a bit, so I'm happy with that. But I don't think Cyclizar is as good of a matchup for Gengar, because Gengar does have the poison, which is problematic. Can I use Ice Spinner again? No. I don't think there's a point in... Okay, Poison is not very good against ice. Not really normal either. Okay, it's just middle of the tree and all its typings. Okay, we're getting rid of the poison now, but I am worried we're just gonna get poisoned again. Also, the spinner move should be fixed after this. I could have healed, but I just didn't really want to. Oh, yes, there we go. Okay, perfect. That is exactly what I wanted there. The sad thing is that you lose a lot of time fainting. And especially if you're soloing, like, this was a feint that technically was in my favor, because it got rid of the poison for 1, and 2, it also allowed me to use the ice move again. But on the flip side, AI does not attack as long as you're not attacking, which obviously is a problem because the 5 seconds I'm out, if you're playing with other people, they're still attacking. But the AI doesn't. Sugar. Okay, well, that made this a whole lot worse. I don't have a lot of faith that we're going to be able to do this because clock is very low already. Which is a shame, but it's not the end of the world. I do have other options. I could go for Dave. The only problem with Dave is obviously, yeah, I'm just wasting time by trying that. The problem with Dave is that ghost types are going to be super effective on him, so obviously that's a bad thing. I don't think Annihilate has anything that's particularly good against grass. Because he doesn't have... I mean, maybe I could change some of his moves to, say, if he has Ice Punch or Fire Punch, if he can learn that, which would make sense if he can. I was not paying attention there for a second. I was looking at my little chart of type matchups. Because not to see that, you know, fire and ice are good against it, but to see what else is. But I don't think Annihilate would be able to learn flying type. Maybe poison. Maybe bug. I think it's more likely that he'd learn like Fire Punch or Ice Punch. I don't think flying. That seems very unlikely to me. But then again, I don't really know these things. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's a very good chance that he would. But we can have a look anyways. Okay, let's have a look at this anyways. First, just to see. Okay, there is one here, so we can try to get into it. But there is very much the chance that we'll just not get in. Oh, no, we got in. Okay. Yeah, I can't catch this Pokemon because I already have one. But that is fine. I'm not doing it for that reason. The rewards are nice. Oh, no, not change Pokemon again. I wish that after you changed Pokemon, it would just move up to all ready to go. Oh, we're on all Slowbro team this time. I mean, that should work pretty good, because I've never encountered an all Slowbro team online before. And I know that Sandra doesn't really die to Cinderace. Although I'm sure this would be the one time it does happen. Because, you know, that would just be, you know, kind of typical in a way. But yeah, I think we should do good here. Oh, yeah. Cinderace will always bulk up first. Yep. That is fine. The mirror, I don't know what that does. Okay, Iron Defense. So acrobatics does quite a lot, and that's why I want to get the defense in first. And you're supposed to technically do 3 of each, but I do 2 because otherwise, because I was trying to do 3 when I was trying to do my online, you know, when it just wasn't happening at all. You can see someone has already died. Someone has already died. So they must be using a different build than me, because I've not been near it dying at all. And Yeah, fainting takes away a lot of time, which is very unfortunate for us. So it's just, Cinderace is about to, shield up, and we haven't even gotten a single attack off on him. We're all just setting up still. I don't know what build they've got. Oh, and he just nullified everything I did. Okay, cool. Yeah. I'm just saying, it's impossible to do it online. It actually is. It just doesn't happen. And technically, I would heal now, but we're not going to make it, so I don't care. It doesn't matter at all. Because... Oh, I actually didn't die. I'm kind of surprised. I would have thought that would have taken me out. But yeah, no, it's impossible to do online with people. It just is. Our time is gone already. We have no time. I don't understand. Because the problem is as well, after the shield comes up, it's very often like that's when he'll nullify all stat changes, which obviously that's a problem because you want to set up with the defense, you want to set up with the attack, and the move that I'm using, the more I've set up my Pokemon, the more it, like, the more damage that move does. But it's just not possible because this keeps happening. The Pokemon keep fainting, and like, I could have healed so that I wouldn't have fainted, but I just didn't bother because there was no way we were going to make it. I maintain my theory that doing it online with people is impossible. Everyone dies too much. Like, I've done this raid 2 days on my own. Done them first try solo, both times. But with people, it's impossible. We'll give it another go, but it's just impossible. I don't believe it's possible with people. Because I haven't seen it happen yet. I'll be convinced if I can win even one with other people online. So far, it hasn't happened, so I don't believe it's possible. I have no faith. Okay, we're again... I'm assuming the last person is... Okay, so we're an almost full Slowbro team. Like, I thought 3 Slowbros were... Like, 4 Slowbros was just... Okay, I know how well Sandra does, so this is just gonna be perfect. But we never even injured the guy. I don't get it. I just don't. It's not possible. I'm not convinced. Or rather, I am convinced that it isn't possible. Oh. Okay, defense down. It'd be really nice if I could get the... Yeah, that doesn't really happen, but I always hope that I can get the defense down before he does the first acrobatics. But Sandra isn't fast enough, and that's okay. Because it doesn't really hinder me that much. Iron defense. Because, like, now, he's doing nothing. Okay, we're doing better this time. No one's dying just yet. Okay, I'm starting to believe. Maybe. I'm starting to believe. Okay, so the Slowbro on next to me is definitely doing the thing that I'm doing. And it seems they're also going for the ×2, which is honestly good, because there's not much time for anything else. Oh no, please let me get one off at least before he takes it all away. Don't debuff us. Hey, you're buffing yourself, that's fine. Don't debuff us. Because it has a habit of happening after the shield comes up. Oh, okay. I'm starting to believe. I'm starting to properly believe. He hasn't debuffed yet. And hopefully he won't. Oh, he's already dead. Okay. Oh yeah, that guy's terrestrializing. Yeah, he is already dead. Perfect. Okay, I believe it is possible, but it is unlikely. It's possible, but it is unlikely. But okay, I am convinced it is possible. It is possible. Oh, bye, Cinderace. Okay, got some protein, got some fighting Tera shards. Honestly, the Tera shards, no, actually the star pieces as well. Those are the most important thing to me. Well, the candy is also pretty good. But the Tera shards are kind of... I don't think I've needed anything with fighting just yet, but if I do, I have a lot of them now. So I've gotten a lot from this, which is really good. I do like that. But I don't think you can get Herba Mystica from the 7-star raids. I haven't looked up what the rewards actually are, but Herba Mystica don't seem to be part of it, which is a little bit of a shame. But it's fair enough. Okay, let's try one again. Sure. I am slightly, like, it's possible, but it is unlikely. Okay, and that guy has a Slowbro. So, oh, I can do this. Show you guys what I mean. So, stored power. The user attacks the target with stored power. The more the user's stats are boosted, the greater the move's power. And that's why you boost first, basically. Because the more you boost, the stronger it is. And technically, if you do it 3 times on both defense and special attack, then, you know, it's really good. But most of the time, you don't have time for that. Especially if other Pokemon are fainting, then it's just a no-go. Chilling water, that's interesting strategy. Okay. That guy's not doing too well. Okay. This is my last nasty plot. Now I just need to do that. I mean, no one's fainted yet. Wait, that doesn't seem right. What? That doesn't seem right at all. What? I've been thinking he did very little damage, like even before I started buffing and stuff, like, and even after that, it felt like he did less damage than usual. But I should not have done that much damage. That is ridiculous. A Pokemon just fainted, and the time didn't really go down that much? That was weird. Ability patch and capsule. Okay, so you can get that from these. 5 protein. Huh. That was weird. How did I do that much damage? Huh. But I didn't see anyone else attacking with anything that would... Maybe it was just lagged really bad? So I didn't see all the damage until, like, instantly at the end there? Oh, that was weird. Oh well. Okay, I'm gonna try this again. This time I'm gonna try it with... I mean, it is risky. I don't think I have anything else that's gonna work better. So... yeah, no. We're gonna try this with Dave. Oh, I am online now, so I could actually just... But it just takes more time. It just takes more time. Because you have to wait for people to join. And then people have to change their Pokemon. And it just takes an extra bit of time. Yeah, so the start here is gonna be problematic. Once I get to, once I can, terrestrialize, it'll be much less, dangerous, basically. Oh, sugar. Oh, well. It's not that problematic. Oh, that didn't do that too much. Do you mean Gengar couldn't move? He attacked. Guess that was meant for someone else in the team. Against Curse Body, do you just avoid that if you just don't use the same attack twice in a row? I don't know. Okay, I might heal the next round because I am about to be able to terrestrialize. Okay. I feel more safe. Because yeah, the AI also won't heal. It'll only buff attack and buff defense, which is pretty good. Like, more defense, more attack, I'm all for it. But I do wish that they would sometimes heal as well, because that would be also useful. But unlike when actual people's Pokemon, that is, faint, NPCs, like, Pokemon fainting does not seem to actually detract from the time, which is nice. Because obviously the AI isn't... They don't necessarily bring the right Pokemon, or do the right, like... I mean, I think they probably choose the moves that are, you know, the best for the Pokemon that they are fighting. But if they don't necessarily have the right Pokemon, they probably don't necessarily have the best moves either. So, unlike the person who actually knows what they're doing, you know, not like myself, but people who actually know, I will catch the Gengar. Then, yeah, it is handy that they don't detract from time when AI Pokemon die, because they won't necessarily, especially because they can't heal, so, you know, when they're low, they don't do that to survive the next round or anything like that. So it's just nice. At least the way I've noticed it's like that. I could be wrong, but I've never seen time being detracted a whole lot because one of the NPC's Pokemon have died, basically. But yeah. I think we are going to end it there for today. Let's see who is live at the moment. Oh. I mean, that's just kind of fitting, I'll be honest. This is just kind of fitting. There we go. Playing Scarlet and Violet, and would also be doing the raids. So, yeah. Guys, thank you so much for stopping by. I really hope you enjoyed the stream. I don't know how many of you actually found, like, you know, the training all that interesting. It's more like just chatting at that point, kind of. But if any of you found it interesting and maybe even helpful, that would be awesome, and I hope so. There might be more streams like this in the future, maybe. I don't know. We'll probably definitely do some shiny hunting once I have the shiny charm, but that probably won't be for a while still. But yeah. Tomorrow, we will be attempting to not starve with the wonderful Mundle. And, after that, we're probably gonna try to, what's it called? Fight Paragon and the Elden Beast, because I want to get back to that as well. Night, good night, Mundle. So yeah. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. I really do appreciate all the support. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day, evening, or night. I hope you have the wonderful year ahead of you. And I hope you have fun with the tank action. Bye-bye for now. Bye, goodbye.